Chapter 1. Zhonghai City, Kongju District. Kongju District was a resettlement housing district on the outskirts of Zhonghai City. The living environment was not very good, and the neighborhood committee had long existed in name only. In addition, the district was built early. Therefore, even though many of the iron doors downstairs had rusted, and even locking the doors had become a problem, the iron doors were still not replaced. Chen Shi stood at the entrance of the district in ragged clothes, watching a few children happily playing football in the garden. He suddenly had a feeling that it was a lifetime ago. It felt like a lifetime ago, yes, 500 years, 5 centuries was so long. It was as if she'd had a very, very long dream. It wasn't until she stood on solid ground and carefully felt the familiar surroundings that Chen Shi felt like she'd finally woken up from that nightmare. Master once said that he had an obsession in his heart that he could not let go of, so this life could only end here. In this regard, Chen Shi did not care at all. So what if his cultivation was high? Just to live for 1,000 more years? 10,000 years? Or even eternal life? Pay! He had long been tired of that world where in order to compete for cultivation resources, people resorted to all kinds of means, cheating and scheming against each other all day long. If it were not for this remaining obsession in his heart, Chen Shi was afraid that he would not have been able to hold on and turned into a pile of yellow soil in that cruel world. Now that he thought about it, what was the difference between the so-called immortals and those beasts fighting for food in the chicken coop and pig pen? Earth was still the best, even the haze and exhaust made people feel comfortable, Chen Shi thought happily, and could not help but laugh. A 4 or 5-year-old boy stood not far away, looking at the silly weirdo in front of him. Just as he was about to go forward and study this weirdo, a fat auntie quickly rushed out from the side, then grabbed the boy's ear and dragged him by the ear into the building. As she walked, the fat auntie scolded, "You are simply disobedient. How many times have I told you to stay away from these lunatics? Be careful that they don't catch you and eat you." After hearing the fat auntie's threat, the little boy was obviously scared. He quickly shrank into the auntie's arms and hid in the building under her protection. Chen Shi stood at the side and silently watched the scene unfold in front of him. For the first time, he had an awkward expression on his face. He then lowered his head to look at himself and smiled helplessly. His current appearance could be said to be extremely miserable. His white gown had long been reduced to rags, and his hair was as messy as a chicken coop. There were even obvious burn marks on the ends of his hair. If he walked out like this, it was not surprising that he would be regarded as a lunatic who made a living by rummaging through trash cans on the streets. His soul was damaged, his cultivation was lost, and there were countless internal injuries on his body. This was the price he had to pay to return. However, even though it was tragic, at least he managed to come back alive, right? With the power of the soul formation stage, he had to cross the void, pass through several space rifts, and cross many galaxies before finally returning to Earth. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was definitely a magnificent feat that had never been done before and would never be done again. Chen Shi calmed himself down and walked in the familiar direction. As he got closer and closer to the familiar building, his heart began to beat violently. He had not experienced this kind of nervous and uneasy feeling for 500 years. He had suffered in the cultivation world for 500 years. He had gone from the lowest level of servant to a mighty divine monarch. In the end, he still gave up everything and risked his life to forcibly return. In fact, it was because of the stubbornness in his heart. Since there was no hope of attaining the throne in this life, why not return to his roots and rest early? Chen Shi, who was determined to die, set off just like that. The heavens seemed to have finally opened their eyes. Originally, he thought that when he came back, he would only see everything in the past turn into mulberry fields. However, who would have thought that after arriving on Earth, Chen Shi would be shocked to discover that only 5 years had passed on Earth. Only 5 years. What was the cause of this? Chen Shi didn't know, nor did she want to know. He only cared about one question now. 5 years had passed. Was she doing well? She was now, suddenly, Chen she did not dare to imagine anymore. He, who had only used 500 years to become a divine monarch and was known as the supreme on the prodigy roll, suddenly felt a little scared. Last year, in this door, the peach blossoms were both red. He did not know where the peach blossoms were, but the peach blossoms were still smiling. Forget it. If you marry someone else, I will also fulfill the promise I made to you at that time. As if he had finally made a decision, Chen Shi threw away the various distracting thoughts in his mind and strode through the familiar iron door. I ascended to become a divine monarch, not to live forever, but to bless you with happiness and peace. 3rd floor. The second room from the left, 302. When he saw the slightly faded fortune on the iron door, Chen Shi was suddenly stunned. The word fortune was still there, and the couplet was still there. This was what he had personally put on with her before he disappeared. Could it be, she is still waiting for me? Chen Shi stretched out his trembling right hand and gently knocked on the door. Now, he looked like a groom standing on the wedding stage ready to welcome the bride, but also like a Luther who received an invitation but did not dare to look at the bride's name on it. Chen Shi tidied his tattered clothes, trying to make them more pleasing to the eye. Then, he scratched his hair again. That skillful action was like that of 500 years ago, when he was still in university. Every morning before he went out for a date, he would do this signature action in front of the mirror. Who is it? Chen Shi did not have to wait for long before someone answered the door. The moment he heard this voice, Chen Shi felt as if his heart had suddenly become empty. This was not her voice, definitely not. Perhaps to verify Chen Shi's guess, after this voice, the door opened. Behind the door was a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 50s or 60s. When the middle-aged woman saw Chen Shi's tattered appearance, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She thought that a criminal was going to rob her house. What do you want? The middle-aged woman deliberately raised her voice and asked. She was a little scared of the person in front of her, so she deliberately spoke loudly to alarm the neighbors. Big sister, I am not a bad person. Chen Shi helplessly took a few steps back, then he forced a smile and said, I used to live here, but after I left, my wife lived here alone. Auntie, do you know when she moved away? What? I have always lived here. I have lived here for several years. How come I have never seen you? Are you here to steal something? If you don't leave, I will call the police. Don't, I will go. Chen Shi helplessly smiled, looked deeply at the door number above the iron door, and walked down the stairs unwillingly. It was impossible that he remembered wrongly, absolutely impossible. This was his home. At least, it used to be their home. The middle-aged woman hid behind the door, and after seeing Chen Shi turn and leave, she relaxed a lot. Secretly looking at Chen Shi's side profile, the middle-aged woman suddenly seemed to have thought of something. She quickly opened the door and rushed out. Hey, wait a minute. The middle-aged woman came in front of him, looked up at him carefully for a while, and felt that this person was very similar to the person in the photo. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman violently grabbed Chen Shi's arms and said excitedly, it's you. Chen family's boy. You are finally back. You are Auntie Zhang. In the past, he had only seen Auntie Zhang from afar, so Chen Shi did not have much of an impression of her. Fortunately, Auntie Zhang recognized him. How did you become like this? If it weren't for the photos left behind by the two of you, I wouldn't have recognized you today. Thank God I didn't chase you away. You are finally back. Where have you been all these years? Do you know how hard she has been waiting for you? Auntie Zhang pulled Chen Shi and said excitedly. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something sad, and couldn't help but cry. Auntie Zhang, I am sorry, it's my fault, I didn't take good care of her. Looking at Auntie Zhang's appearance, Chen Shi's heart ached for no reason. His heart, which had been as firm as a rock, also hurt. They had agreed to rely on each other from now on, but she didn't expect Chen Shi to leave without a word. He had been gone for 5 years. Auntie Zhang, is she at home? Chen Shi asked in a trembling voice. However, Auntie Zhang wiped her tears and said intermittently, she left, a long time ago. When she left, she didn't say where she was going. Left? Although Chen Shi had mentally prepared himself countless times, when he heard the news from Auntie Zhang, he still couldn't accept it. Just when Chen Shi calmed down and wanted to ask Auntie Zhang for more details, a crisp voice suddenly came from upstairs. Grandma, what are you doing? Chen Shi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a little girl, who looked about 4 or 5 years old, standing timidly on the stairs. Nian Nian, look, your father is back. Auntie Zhang waved her hand and called the little girl over, then squatted beside her, pointed at Chen Shi and said, look, don't you want your father? Your father is back, quickly call him father. Chen Shi was stunned. Looking at the delicate little girl in front of him, and then looking at Auntie Zhang's serious expression, he was dumbfounded. The little girl looked at Chen Shi timidly, then under Auntie Zhang's encouragement, she nervously and uneasily called out. Papa! Chen Shi's head suddenly exploded. Although the sound of Papa was very soft, it was like a thunderclap in his ears, making his hair stand on end. Papa! Not getting a response from Chen Shi, the little girl called out again. But this time, she was not so scared, and there seemed to be a trace of expectation in her big bright eyes. She gave birth to a daughter for me. Chen Shi suddenly squatted down and hugged his daughter. The loneliness, which had been hovering in his heart for 500 years, finally disappeared at this moment. A monarch of a generation actually shed tears at this moment. Chapter 2. The furnishings in the house hadn't changed much. Because of the little girl, the scattered picture albums and toys made the house look a little messy. Auntie Zhang couldn't stand Chen Shi's sloppy appearance. As soon as they entered the house, she told him to take a shower and change his clothes. He had left the clothes 5 years ago. He didn't expect them to fit him so well. After a quick cold shower, Chen Shi sat upright on the sofa and watched Auntie Zhang play with the child. Auntie Zhang had raised the child all these years, so the little girl was very tired of her. This made Chen Shi very envious. He hoped the child would be so close to him. Come, Nian Nian. Tell Daddy your name. The little girl blinked. Her big watery eyes were full of questions. She didn't seem to understand why Auntie Zhang would ask such a question. So she asked in a childish voice, wasn't Nian Nian named by Daddy? Mommy named it, so Daddy doesn't know. Mommy said you have to tell Daddy yourself. Look, Daddy is back. Quickly tell Daddy your name. The little girl tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she looked at Chen Shi and quickly said, my name is Chen Nian. After saying that, the little girl burrowed into Auntie Zhang's arms. She seemed a little embarrassed. Auntie Zhang stroked Chen Shi's little head. She looked at Chen Shi and said helplessly, silly child. You're always asking for Daddy. Now you're shy when you see Daddy, Chen Nian. Was it because she missed him? Okay, Nian Nian. Grandma is going to cook for you. Go to Daddy and let him play with you, okay? No, I want to play with Grandma. Chen Nian shook her head. She grabbed Auntie Zhang with both hands and refused to let her go. Be good. If Grandma doesn't cook, we won't have anything to eat tonight. Let Daddy play with you. Auntie Zhang knew that this was a time for the father and daughter to be alone. So she carried Chen Nian to Chen Shi and placed her on the sofa beside Chen Shi. The little girl was very sensible. Seeing that Aunt Zhang was really going to cook, she no longer pestered her grandma to play with her. After Aunt Zhang left, the little girl sat on the sofa. Her two slender legs dangled naturally from the sofa and swayed gently. Her big watery eyes stared straight at Qin Shi. No one knew what she was thinking. Qin Shi's eyes met hers, and he suddenly panicked. He didn't know how to face his own daughter. Would this sudden appearance of his father scare her? However, the thoughts of a child were obviously different from that of an adult. Chen Yan looked at Qin Shi for a long time. Suddenly, he lay down on the sofa and crawled to Qin Shi on all fours. He reached out his hands and said in a childish voice, "Papa, hug." Qin Shi hurriedly turned sideways to carry Qin Yan, but he was afraid that his clumsy hands would hurt the child. So, he could only stiffly stretch his hands under Qin Yan's arms and try to lift Qin Yan up little by little. At this moment, Qin Yan suddenly threw herself on him and hugged his neck. She giggled. "Papa is so silly." Qin Shi gently hugged the soft and boneless body in his arms. He still felt like he was living in a dream. The little girl put her head in front of Qin Shi and pouted. "The other children have Papa and Mama. I'm the only one who doesn't. Papa, don't leave in the future, okay?" Qin Shi was stunned. Looking at the strange yet familiar little girl in his arms, he couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. Even after 500 years of wind and rain, his heart was as firm as a rock. At this moment, he couldn't help but soften under his daughter's expectant gaze. So, Qin Shi couldn't help but kiss her forehead. He said gently and firmly, "Papa won't leave. I won't leave again. In the future, wherever Nyan is, Papa will be there. Pinky promise." "Okay." Qin Shi laughed and stretched out his fingers to make a promise with the little girl. Then, the little guy seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and jumped down from Qin Shi's lap in a flash. Qin Shi didn't dare to stop her. He could only carefully follow behind to prevent her from falling. The little girl quickly ran out of the living room and ran directly to the master bedroom. She was only a little over 4 years old. She wasn't even as tall as the doorknob, so when she opened the door, she could only raise her hands and hang herself on the doorknob. Then, she released her feet and used her body weight to pull the doorknob open. Qin Shi nervously followed behind her. After entering the room, he found that the furnishings of the room hadn't changed much compared with 5 years ago. It seemed that they hadn't moved at all. The little girl ran to the bedside table, picked up the photo frame on the bedside table with both hands, and then went back to Qin Shi and raised the photo frame high. It seemed that she wanted to show it to Qin Shi. Qin Shi leaned over and picked up his daughter. He sat on the edge of the bed and took the photo frame from her hands. The man and woman in the photo frame were snuggling together sweetly. Like all couples in love, they returned to the place where they first met on a sunny afternoon, leaving behind the most beautiful memento. "This is Papa, this is Mama." The little girl happily pointed to the people in the photo and said. Perhaps today was the most absent-minded day in Qin Shi's life. When he saw the girl snuggling in his arms in the photo, it seemed that everything only happened yesterday. However, this yesterday was a whole 500 years to him. And for her, it was also 5 years. 5 years was enough for a girl to become a woman. "Papa is back. When will Mama come back?" The little girl held the photo frame and asked expectantly. Children were innocent and sensitive. In fact, she knew very well why others laughed at her as a wild child. Grandma often said that Papa and Mama had gone far away, so they couldn't come back to see her. She had been waiting for her Papa and Mama to come back. Then she could go to the zoo and amusement park with her Papa and Mama like other children. Now that Papa was back, Mama should be back soon, right? Soon. Qin Shi looked at his daughter's big watery eyes and replied affirmatively, Nyan, don't worry. Mama will be back soon. If she doesn't come back, Papa will take you to find her, okay? Okay. The little girl nodded her head heavily, and with a face full of joy, she burrowed into Qinxi's arms, then happily pointed to the photo frame and asked, "Papa, when Mama comes back, can you put me in too? Put me in it." Qinxi touched his daughter's tender little face and replied very seriously, "Okay, when we find Mama, we will take another family photo and put Nian in it. And Grandma. All right, not a single one can be missing." After parting, the two places were suspended. I only knew it was March or April, but who knew it would be 5 or 6 years? The 7-string zither was played without heart, and the 8-line script could not be passed down. The 9 rings were broken in the middle, and I looked at the 10-mile pavilion anxiously. Hundreds of thoughts, thousands of thoughts, and all kinds of helpless complaints. Thousands of words and thousands of words were endless, and I was so bored that I leaned on the railing. On the 9th day of the month, I looked at the wild goose. In the middle of August, the moon was round, but the people were not round. In the middle of July, I burned incense and asked the heaven. In the dog days of June, everyone fanned me, and my heart was cold. In May, the pomegranate was brighter than fire, and the cold rain watered the flowers. In April, loquats were not yellow, and my heart was more confused. In a hurry, the peach blossoms in March turned with the water. In February, the kite string broke. Chapter 3. After dinner, Nian sat on the sofa and watched cartoons with relish. Qinxi took this opportunity to talk about the past with Aunt Zhang. "Not long after you left, Yingying found out that she was pregnant. She even came to me specifically to talk about it." Aunt Zhang recalled and said in a deep voice, "Yingying was born into a rich family. She had never suffered much. After you left, she was the only pregnant woman left. Even her life became a problem. So when Nian was about to be born, I simply moved here to take care of the mother and daughter." Qinxi was silent. He could totally imagine that scene. A woman watched her belly grow bigger day by day, but she didn't even have anyone to rely on. Buying groceries, cooking, washing clothes, cleaning, and tidying up. These seemingly simple chores were not easy for a pregnant woman. Before the child was born, she had already become a single mother. Who could understand her feelings at that time? The more Qinxi thought about it, the more his heart ached. He suddenly felt that there was a stuffy feeling in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. Later, Nian was born. The family's expenses also increased. Seeing that there was no income coming in all day, she became very anxious. So, she went out to find a job and worked overtime all day. She was so tired that she almost went out of shape. Speaking of this, Aunt Zhang suddenly glanced at Qinxi, then sighed and said, "I'll tell you the truth. When she went to work, the entrance of this house was full of luxury cars all day long. All of them were men who were chasing after her. They were so noisy. A few of them even fought because they wanted to enter the house. The neighbors were all complaining. Actually, I saw that those people were all better than you. The mother and daughter were orphans and widows. If she could find one of them to marry, it would be good for her and Nian. So, I repeatedly asked her to consider it, but that girl was also stubborn. Every time I mentioned this, she would get angry. I don't know if she was bewitched by you. You, the heartless man, ran away without a word, leaving her alone to suffer." Hearing this, Qinxi could only smile bitterly. That night, he worked overtime until very late. When he came back, it was raining heavily. He was running on the street when he was suddenly struck by lightning and fainted. When he woke up again, he was already in the heavenly jade world billions of miles away, which was also the legendary Immortal Cultivation world. Qinxi thought about it carefully. There were several galaxies between Earth and the heavenly jade domain. How powerful could a bolt of lightning be? The electric current was too weak to even scratch an itch, so it was absolutely impossible for lightning to cause him to instantly travel through the galaxy. The real reason was most likely that an ancient secret treasure that existed on Earth was coincidentally activated by lightning, thus affecting him while he was running in the rain. The more he thought about it, the more it deviated. Chen Shi quickly shook his head and focused on listening to Aunt Zhang's explanation. When Yin Yin was more than a year old, Ying Ying suddenly told me that she was going to find you and wanted to entrust the child to me. Although I used to be just a servant in their house, I also watched Ying Ying grow up. To put it bluntly, I had long regarded Ying Ying as my own daughter, and her daughter was naturally my granddaughter, so I agreed. She went to find me. Yes, and then I never saw her again. Did she go home? Aunt Zhang, can you tell me where her home is? I'll go find her. Chen Shi was a little anxious. They were together for 5 years, but in those 5 years, she never mentioned her family, nor did she say where her home was. Every time Chen Shi asked, she would be a little unhappy. Later, Chen Shi didn't dare to ask again. I can't tell you. Aunt Zhang shook her head and sighed. Before she left, she said that if you came back and she didn't, then you shouldn't go out to find her, and don't go to her home, because she won't go home. Why? Chen Shi was a little confused. Sigh, don't ask. In short, her family matters are very complicated. I can't tell you. Aunt Zhang glanced at Chen Shi, as if she felt that it wasn't a good idea to be perfunctory, so she explained, besides, with her personality, if she decided to go home, she would definitely come back and bring Yin Yin with her. But now Yin Yin is 4 years old, and she hasn't come back, so I guess she's probably still looking for you all over the world. Looking for me? What can she use to find me? Chen Shi shook his head with a bitter smile. At this time, the little girl just finished watching an episode of the cartoon, and then excitedly jumped into Chen Shi's arms, interrupting the conversation between the two. Let's not talk about Ying Ying for now. This little girl in front of us is the most important thing. Aunt Zhang saw that the little girl and her father were much closer, and said with satisfaction, I originally planned to wait until this year's New Year. If the two of you didn't come back, I would take Yin Yin back to my hometown. My granddaughter has grown up, and the two of them are busy with work and don't have time to take care of the child, so I have to go back and help them take care of the child. Hearing this, Chen Shi couldn't help but look at the lively and cute little girl in his arms, and then looked at Aunt Zhang very seriously and said, I'm grateful to have you all these years. I can't thank you enough. I will definitely remember this kindness in my heart. If it weren't for Aunt Zhang, Chen Shi didn't dare to imagine what kind of life his wife and daughter would be living. How could such a great kindness be repaid with a simple thank you? Don't say these things. Ying Ying is also half a daughter to me. Since she entrusted Yin Yin to me, I will naturally treat this child well. However, since you're back, I'll leave Yin Yin in your care. I should go home and see my granddaughter. After saying this, Aunt Zhang looked kindly at Yin Yin, as if she was still reluctant to part with her. At this time, the little girl also heard her words. She quickly jumped down from Chen Shi's arms and ran to Aunt Zhang's side. She suddenly burst into tears, hugging her legs and sobbing, Grandma, don't go, good girl, Grandma won't go. Grandma will stay with you. Aunt Zhang smiled and rubbed Yin Yin's head, but there was still a trace of reluctance in her eyes. After living together for a few years, even if it was just raising a cat or a dog, there would be deep feelings, let alone an innocent and cute child. After coaxing the little girl, Aunt Zhang hugged her and said to Chen Shi earnestly, I won't ask where you've been these years, but looking at your appearance when you came back, I guess you didn't have a good time these years, you can say that. Anyway, it's a long story, Chen Shi nodded. In his heart, he had already vaguely guessed what Aunt Zhang was going to say. Actually, I don't really want to leave the child with you because I'm worried. But after all, you're her father. As an outsider, I can't interfere too much. So, I can only hope that the previous things have passed. When you come back, you can understand one thing. At this point, Auntie Zhang paused, looked at Qin Shi and said seriously, "You're a father now. I hope you can really understand the meaning of the word responsibility. Don't be like 5 years ago, okay? Responsibility." Qin Shi suddenly felt that this word was a little heavy. Chapter 4. After 5 years, when Qin Shi slept on the bed that belonged to them once again, it was as if she could still smell her lingering scent, so she slept especially soundly. Perhaps it was because he hadn't slept for hundreds of years, but he slept very soundly. When he woke up, the little girl was already lying on the bed, waving a roll of silk thread at the tip of his nose. Achoo! Qin Shi cooperated with her and sneezed loudly. The little girl immediately giggled. Seeing his daughter's excited expression because of her successful prank, Qin Shi couldn't help but feel warm. He hugged her and kissed her little face. "Ah! Papa is bad." The little guy who was sneak attacked seemed to be a little shy. He pushed Qin Shi away and quickly ran out of the room. This kind of morning made Qin Shi very comfortable. He liked this feeling. It was as if he had walked from winter to midsummer in one night. At the moment of dawn, he finally returned home. Qin Shi quickly put on his clothes and got up. Just as he walked out of the room, he saw Aunt Zhang coming out of the kitchen with a plate. Qin Shi smiled and greeted her. Aunt Zhang laughed and said to him, "Nian Nian has squeezed the toothpaste for you. Hurry up, it's time for breakfast." "Okay." Qin Shi walked into the bathroom. There was a yellow cup on the sink. A new toothbrush with toothpaste was lying quietly on the cup. This was the toothpaste that his daughter had squeezed out for him. A warm feeling instantly rose from his heart. It was so sweet that it felt like honey. Comfortable. So damn comfortable. As Qin Shi brushed his teeth, he fiercely sighed with emotion about life. Their house wasn't big, only about 70 square meters. There were 3 rooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. It was a small apartment with a second bedroom. The study was converted into a children's room, but Qin Yan usually slept with Aunt Zhang. Because the house wasn't big, there was no dining room. Meals were usually eaten on the coffee table in the living room. When Qin Shi came to the living room, the little girl was already holding the bowl and gulping down the porridge. Whenever she ate the porridge, there would always be some water droplets at the corner of her mouth, so Aunt Zhang could only stay by her side and let her eat slowly while wiping the corners of her mouth with a tissue. Look at this child. She's already 4 years old, but she still doesn't eat properly. You have to keep an eye on her. Auntie Zhang seemed to be blaming the little fellow, but the expression on her face betrayed her. Looking at her nervous expression, she was probably afraid that the little guy would choke while eating. The 3 of them finished their breakfast in a happy atmosphere. When Qin Shi helped Aunt Zhang clear the table, he brought up his current idea. "Auntie Zhang, I want to go out later and see if I can find a suitable job." Hearing this, Aunt Zhang was suddenly overjoyed. She looked at Qin Shi and said happily, "It's good that you can think like that. Go, the child should go to kindergarten. In the future, the family's expenses will get bigger and bigger. As a father, you should experience the pressure Ying had at that time." Qin Shi touched the tip of his nose, seeming to be a little embarrassed by Aunt Zhang's words. He didn't know how much money Ying left for Aunt Zhang when she left, but Qin Shi guessed that it wouldn't be too much. After all, the 2 of them had just bought this house before he disappeared. Even if Ying went to work after that, she probably wouldn't be able to save too much in just 1 or 2 years. The cost of raising a child was already very high, so Qin Shi guessed that Aunt Zhang might have put in a lot of her own retirement money for the little guy in the past few years. Forget it, I already owe Aunt Zhang too much. I'll find a chance to slowly pay her back in the future. After helping Aunt Zhang tidy up the living room, Qin Shi rummaged through the shoe cabinet at the door, trying to find a pair of old shoes to wear. At this time, the little guy suddenly burst into tears. Seeing her crying heartbreakingly, Chenshi was immediately frightened. Chenshi hurriedly ran over to the little guy and gently comforted her. Nian, what's wrong? Papa, don't go, Papa, don't go. The little guy sat on Chenshi's arm, crying and firmly grasping Chenshi's neck with her hands. It looked as if she had been greatly wronged. If a child's crying could be graded, then she must be at the S level now. Papa won't go anywhere. Nian, be good, don't cry. Chenshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that the little guy saw him looking for shoes and thought that he was going to leave. Because of the commotion, Aunt Zhang hurriedly came out of the kitchen. She patted Chen Nian's head and persuaded, Nian, be good, Papa won't go. Papa has to find a job to earn money to support the family. If Papa doesn't go, you and Grandma won't have food to eat. As she spoke, Aunt Zhang wanted to take Chen Nian from Chenshi's arms. But for some reason, the little guy didn't want to come down. Her two hands were firmly wrapped around Chenshi's neck, and her little head was buried in Chenshi's neck. She cried at the top of her voice, Papa, don't go. Papa won't go, Papa won't go. Seeing the little guy flip out, Chenshi had no choice but to sit on the sofa with his daughter and comfort her in a low voice. Aunt Zhang kept persuading the little guy, and Chenshi kept emphasizing that he wouldn't leave. After a while, the little guy slowly calmed down. Seeing that she was no longer crying, Aunt Zhang took out a hot towel from the bathroom and wiped her face. Then, she coaxed and pulled her from Chenshi's arms. Nian, be good, Papa won't go. Look, the parents of the other children have to go to work. How can your Papa not go to work? The adults go to work to earn money so that the children can eat, understand? Yes. The little guy seemed to have thought it through. She nodded, then grabbed Chenshi's hand and said reluctantly, Papa has to go to work. I'll wait for Papa at home, good girl. Aunt Zhang patted the little guy's head, then signaled Chenshi with her eyes. Chenshi stood up, pinched Nian's little face, and said with a smile, then Papa will go to work. Nian, what do you want? Papa will buy it for you. I don't want it. I want Papa. The little guy shook her head, seeming to be worried that Chenshi would not come back. Then Papa will come back to accompany you as soon as possible after work, okay? Okay. After a lot of effort, Chenshi finally went out of the door in the little guy's reluctant eyes. Chenshi used to have a habit, that was, he didn't like to carry his documents with him. Because he often accidentally lost his documents, and it was very troublesome to replace them, he usually left his ID card, bank card, driver's license and other documents at home unless it was necessary. He didn't expect that this habit would save him a lot of trouble now. Looking at the ID card in his hand, Chenshi walked out of the building. But after stepping out of the door, he couldn't help but feel troubled. Make money. Chapter 5. With a few dozen yuan of change from Aunt Zhang and an ID card, Chenshi walked out of the Kongju community in a daze. This was not the Tianxian world. Money naturally did not fall from the sky. Other than stealing and robbing, what else could he do to earn money fair and square? Work. He majored in computer science in university. After graduation, he directly became a programmer. From an annual salary of 100,000 yuan, he slowly worked his way up to 200,000 yuan, which was enough to support the entire family. But now 5 years had passed. Not to mention whether his technology could keep up with the times, just the frequency of working overtime was enough to make Chenshi start to retreat. Aunt Zhang would leave sooner or later. If he worked overtime every day, who would take care of the child for him? Besides, he couldn't bear to leave the little guy alone at home. So after some consideration, the option of working was directly ruled out by Chenshi. Getting on a bus to the city, Chenshi planned to think about it on the bus. If he knew that life on Earth was so difficult, he would have brought a few gems when he returned. Now that he sold them, it was probably enough for him to buy several houses. His cultivation was lost, his soul was damaged, and except for an unparalleled physical body, he seemed to have nothing to offer now. In fact, there were many ways to get rich overnight, but they were all written in the criminal law. Since he had decided to return to the life of an ordinary person, not stealing, robbing, and not doing anything illegal naturally became Qin Shi's current principle of conduct. Or, find a corrupt official to rob the rich and give to the poor. Anyway, the corrupt official did not dare to call the police. Or rob the underworld. Cleaning up the scum of society was also a contribution to society, right? If not, he could go to the Middle East as a mercenary and do a big job directly. He had always heard that the situation in the Middle East was quite turbulent. Being a bodyguard should be quite profitable. As she thought about it, Qin Shi's train of thought began to deviate. It was no wonder, after all, he had lived in the Tianxian world for 500 years. There was no rule of law in a world where the strong preyed on the weak. He was used to fighting for everything he wanted with strength. Suddenly returning to Earth, he was really not used to this society. He was like a prisoner who had been locked up in prison for many years, only to realize that he was out of touch with society the moment he was released. After thinking for a while, Qin Shi suddenly realized that there was something wrong with his thoughts. In any case, he was a father. No matter what, he had to live openly in this society and set a good example for his daughter. Forget it, I'll think about it carefully. As long as he earned his first bucket of gold, perhaps he could consider starting a small business with Ninian. After scammer number 2 was as ferocious as a tiger, he would regretfully tell you that there was no more number. However, a third scammer would appear. Scammer number 3 would pretend to be a patient with similar conditions as you, then cooperate with scammer number 2. If you still did not believe, they would bring you upstairs, and scammer number 4 would appear. In short, scammers number 2, 3, and 4 only had one goal, and that was to trick you into leaving the hospital and going to the outpatient department where the retired miracle doctor was. Once you were tricked out of the hospital, their serial scams would basically succeed. Qin Shi was looking for her target while watching the scammers act out their show in boredom. However, he watched for more than an hour, but he still did not see a single scammer succeed. Qin Shi could not help but feel a little emotional. These days, even scammers had a hard time. After waiting for a while, Qin Shi began to wonder if his method was not right. Even if he encountered patients with difficult and complicated diseases, people might not necessarily believe him if he waited at the entrance of the hospital like this. Not to mention that he was not famous, he looked like a young man in his 20s. He did not look like a sage-like old miracle doctor at all. Even if he was a miracle doctor, who would believe him? Why not see the doctor first and pay later? He was afraid that before he could say this sentence, others would have already started to chase him away with brooms. Worry, what should I do? Qin Shi was thinking about how to make himself famous when suddenly, he saw a man and a woman walking out of the hospital. The woman was in her 20s. She had an outstanding temperament and was dressed maturely. She was wearing a tailored black gauze dress. Her 2 snow-white long legs swayed faintly under the gauze, rippling with a myriad of emotions. She was so enchanting, but had a pair of eyes that were as clear as autumn water. It made people unable to have any blasphemous thoughts. Her temperament was like an iceberg, making people not dare to approach her. They could only stand at a distance and silently sigh. What a devastatingly beautiful woman. However, although this woman was beautiful, Qin Shi's gaze was always on the man. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. His every movement had a hidden power. When he walked with a majestic gait. He looked particularly energetic. This man looked to be in his prime, but Qin Shi knew that he was sick. Chapter 6. Business was here. This was not the time to pretend to be aloof. After waiting for so long, he finally found a suitable target. He could not let this cooked duck fly away. His daughter was growing. She needed money to supplement her nutrition, go to school, buy clothes, and buy toys. As a father, if he did not work hard now, how could he leave a perfect and happy childhood for his daughter? Therefore, when Chen Shi saw his target appear, he took the initiative to walk toward them. Because only by taking the initiative would a story happen between them, the man and woman seemed to have driven a car. After leaving the outpatient department, they turned around and walked to the parking lot behind the outpatient department. Chen Shi followed them to the parking lot. After seeing that there were not many people here, Chen Shi quickly walked past the two people and directly reached out to stop the man and woman. "Little brother, what's the matter?" Chen Shi's behavior was a bit impolite, but the middle-aged man was not angry. Instead, he asked gently. In order not to appear like those medical scammers at the hospital entrance, Chen Shi decided to go straight to the point after some consideration. Therefore, he did not talk nonsense. He directly looked at the middle-aged man and said, "You're sick. I can cure you." As if to make his words more convincing, Chen Shi's eyes looked very sincere at this moment. "I'm sick." Hearing this, the middle-aged man could not help but be stunned. The middle-aged man seemed to have not recovered from Chen Shi's words. The woman next to him was already angry. She immediately scolded in a delicate voice, "You're the one who's sick." After that, she glared fiercely at Chen Shi. Then, she took the middle-aged man's arm and wanted to pull him away. "Dad, let's go. Ignore these lunatics." "Hey, wait, you're really sick. I'm not lying to you." Chen Shi ignored the woman. He stopped the middle-aged man again and said with a sincere face. A dignified monarch god had to take the initiative to attract customers on the street in order to make money. He even had to use his hot face to kiss someone's cold ass. This was life. Perhaps moved by Chen Shi's sincerity, the middle-aged man signaled the woman not to worry. Then, he looked at Chen Shi and asked, "Little brother, you said that I'm sick. Tell me, what illness do I have? Can I check your pulse to confirm it?" "Sure." The man nodded and stretched out his right hand. Chen Shi held his wrist and made a gesture that was not very standard to feel the pulse. Not long after, Chen Shi released his hand and said with certainty, "Your injuries are very serious. You probably won't live past 50. What a joke." The woman was clearly enraged. She couldn't help but laugh in anger. "My father is already 52 years old. How dare you say that he won't live past 50? I'm warning you, if you don't leave now, you'll have to bear the consequences." After saying that, the woman took out the car key and unlocked the car with a beep. Then, she pulled the middle-aged man and walked to the car not far away. Already 52. Chen Shi was also stunned. He didn't expect that the first patient he took the initiative to find would be misdiagnosed by him. It didn't make sense. This middle-aged man looked strong, but if one looked closely at his complexion, one could clearly see that his face was a bit pale, which was different from his normal skin color. Although he walked with large strides and held his head high, with Chen Shi's superior vision, she could naturally see that his body was slightly unnatural, as if he was forcibly pretending to be healthy at all times. Because of this, Chen Shi proposed to take his pulse, wanting to see what illness this middle-aged man had. In fact, after this period of recovery, Chen Shi had cultivated a little bit of true essence again. It was also because of this that he could control true essence into the middle-aged man's body when he felt his pulse. From there, he could understand the man's current physical condition in detail. The man's internal organs were all damaged, and it was very serious. The strange thing was that the middle-aged man's internal injuries didn't seem to have been caused in a single breath. Instead, they seemed to have been caused by an external force over a long period of time. It was as if someone had taken a knife and continuously cut open his internal organs. The most serious injury was the lung. The wound had already begun to fester. Chen-shi estimated that even if the man immediately went for a resection, his injury wouldn't get better. Thinking of this, Chen-shi looked at the middle-aged man who was about to get into the car and said, "I don't know what method you use to extend your life, but according to your current situation, you could die suddenly at any time." Hearing this, the middle-aged man stopped. By the time he turned around again, the carefree temperament on his body had already disappeared. He frowned slightly and asked with a sullen face, "Little brother, do you really know medicine? I can cure you." Chen-shi nodded, his attitude was very confident. "Really? 100% sure. Then what do you want?" "Money." "How much?" Hearing this, Chen-shi immediately sneaked a glance at the old A6 behind the middle-aged man. After a little consideration, he opened his mouth and said, 100,000. Okay. Chen-shi was still hesitating whether he had asked for too high a price. If the man wanted to bargain, 50,000 was not out of the question. If the man still thought it was too expensive, 20,000 would be fine too. In short, if the price was as high as the sky, the price would fall. However, what Chen-shi didn't expect was that as soon as he asked for the price, the middle-aged man had already agreed to it without hesitation. At this time, the woman who had already opened the door and was about to get into the car couldn't take it anymore. She carried a small Kuan bag and walked quickly in high heels to the middle-aged man's side. She called out anxiously, "Dad." The middle-aged man waved his hand and motioned for her to calm down. She was so angry that she stomped her feet and scolded Chen-shi coldly, "Are you selling crutches? My dad is not sick. This is the hospital. Dad, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Let's go check now and ignore these liars." "Chiodong, stop it." The woman was about to go crazy with anger. However, the middle-aged man didn't listen to her at all. Instead, after hearing what she said, he immediately stopped her with a straight face. "Dad." The woman curled her lips and looked like she was about to cry. Seeing his daughter's aggrieved look, the middle-aged man's expression couldn't help but soften a lot. Thus, he patted her shoulder and whispered, "Chiodong, get in the car first. Dad will explain to you later." Perhaps it was because of her good family background, the woman obediently got into the car after hearing the middle-aged man's words. However, before she left, she glared fiercely at Chen-shi. She really hated this big liar. This big liar actually dared to cheat the father and daughter. She must teach him a lesson later. Thinking of this, the woman immediately took out her phone from her bag and quickly sent a text message. Outside the car. The middle-aged man waited until his daughter got into the car before he looked at Chen-shi and said seriously, "Money is not a problem, but I hope you really saw through my illness." Otherwise, he didn't say the second half of the sentence, but the meaning was self-evident. Chen-shi nodded, indicating that he understood what he meant. Chapter 7. Ning Chiodong pouted as she sat in the driver's seat. Her father, Ning Zhonghua, sat in the front passenger seat. As for the back seat, naturally, it was the big liar that she hated so much. Ning Chiodong couldn't understand what was going on with her father. As his daughter, Ning Chiodong naturally knew her father's physical condition very well. He usually looked very healthy. He could carry a bucket of nearly 20 pounds of mineral water with one hand and even run around the house with it. But how could this big liar scare her father with just a few words? Even selling crutches wouldn't be so exaggerated. Ning Chiodong drove away from the second hospital very gloomily. Then, under Chen-shi's command, she reluctantly drove to the nearest Chinese medicine shop. After she parked the car, Chen-shi said to Ning Zhonghua, "I'll give you a prescription first. It can temporarily relieve your condition." After that, Chen-shi stretched his hand over the center armrest and spread his left hand directly in front of Ning Chiodong. "What?" Ning Chodong sat in the seat angrily. She originally wanted to wait for Qin Shi to get out of the car and then persuade her father not to believe this liar. She didn't expect that the big liar didn't get out of the car immediately. Instead, he suddenly stretched out his hand, which suddenly scared her. Give me some money. Buying medicine costs money. I don't have any money on me. Chen Shi said as a matter of course. After Ning Chodong heard his words, she suddenly felt that she was going to faint. When she was about to scold this big liar, Ning Zhonghua suddenly opened the front passenger's drawer, then took out a stack of money and handed it directly to Qin Shi. Chen Shi took the money and weighed it. It was estimated that this stack of money was exactly 10,000 yuan. It should be enough. Wait for me. He didn't hesitate and directly took the money and got out of the car. Ning Chodong stared at Qin Shi firmly. She finally withdrew her gaze until he walked into the pharmacy. Looking at her vigilant look, she was probably afraid that Qin Shi would run away after getting the money. Dad, what's wrong with you? That kid is obviously a liar. How can you even believe such a child's play? Seeing that the outsider had left, Ning Chodong could not help but complain to Ning Zhonghua. He's not a liar. Ning Zhonghua shook his head. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw his daughter's sorrowful appearance. He comforted her, Chodong, actually, this little brother is right about one thing. That is, I really can't live past 50 years old. Dad. You're already 52. It's impossible for me to remember your birthday wrong. Ning Chodong immediately became anxious. Dad even forgot how old he was this year. Could it be that this big liar used some kind of drug? Or was it some kind of hypnotism? Was that why his father believed him? Oh no. What to do? Ning Chodong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. The more she thought about it, the more outrageous it became. Meanwhile, Ning Zhonghua was thinking about whether to tell his daughter everything, so he did not immediately explain. The car was quiet for a while. Ning Chodong took out her phone to call the police because today's bizarre experience was completely beyond her understanding. However, at this moment, Ning Zhonghua sighed deeply and said, Chodong, do you remember that I left for a period of time 3 years ago? Ha! Ning Chodong thought for a while and replied, I remember that you went abroad for a long period of time 3 years ago. I think it was to talk about investment. However, didn't that thing fall through in the end? Hearing this, Ning Zhonghua fell silent. After seriously thinking about it, he decided not to tell his daughter for the time being. Thus, looking at the extremely anxious Ning Chodong, he suddenly asked in a serious tone, Chodong, if I could buy my life back for 100,000 yuan, would you be willing? Dad. If it could really make you live a long life, I wouldn't even blink an eye, even if it was 10 million or 100 million yuan. But, look at him. He's obviously a liar. How could you even believe the words of a hooligan like him? Ning Chodong was very angry. This was not a matter of money, but because she always felt that her intelligence was being insulted. I understand what you mean. Ning Zhonghua turned sideways and reached out to pat the back of Ning Chodong's hand. Then, he said seriously, I don't completely believe him, but I have to believe him. I even hope that he didn't lie to me from the beginning to the end, because I can't afford to gamble. If 100,000 yuan could buy my life back, then what's wrong with giving it a try? Dad, if you really feel uncomfortable, let's go back to the hospital for a checkup, okay? If you think that the standard of the city's second hospital isn't good enough, then I'll go abroad with you for a checkup. Ning Zhonghua shook his head and reached out to hug his daughter. Then, he said solemnly, trust your father's feelings, okay? Half an hour later. Chen Shi walked out of the pharmacy with 2 big bags. As soon as he opened the door, he felt that the atmosphere in the car was a bit strange. Thinking about it, looking at the woman's dress and temperament, he guessed that she was a real strong woman at work. This kind of social elite usually paid attention to objectivity, rationality, and facts, so they always only believed in their own judgment. Since she had already determined that he was a liar, then naturally she wouldn't believe him no matter what. He guessed that she had just quarreled with her father. Forget it, he couldn't care less about other people's family matters. Since Wang Zhongguo was willing to believe him, then Chen Shi would naturally do his best to cure him. Chen Shi opened the door and put one of the bags of medicine in the back seat. Then, he carried the other bag and stood beside the passenger seat. Then, he said to Wang Zhongguo through the window, "Take the bag of medicine in the car back. Decoct 1 dose every day. Decoct 2 juices for each dose. Take 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, and take it after meals. And, what else? This medicine can only relieve the pain temporarily. It won't help your condition at all." Speaking of this, Chen Shi lifted the other bag of medicine in his hand, then pointed to the bag and said, "I need 3 days to prepare. Give me a business card, and I'll contact you in 3 days." "Okay." Ning Zhongguo took out a business card from the bag and handed it to Chen Shi. Chen Shi glanced at it. There was only a name and a string of phone numbers on it. "Put the money for the medicine on me. There's no need for a deposit. After I cure you, I'll settle it again. 90,000. After that, Chen Shi waved at Ning Zhongguo and turned to leave. After Chen Shi left, Ning Qiudong started the car angrily. Then, she spat and said with some sarcasm, "So useless. You're satisfied with just 10,000. Hey, Qiudong, why do I feel like there's another meaning in your words? Are you blaming your father for being senile?" "How would I dare?" Ning Qiudong said with resentment. "Didn't you see that he bought a lot of medicine? How much is this medicine worth?" "Dad, I think you don't know the hardships of ordinary people. It's 10,000 yuan. The average salary in Zhonghai is less than 5,000. He earned 2 months' salary in half an hour. Isn't that enough?" Hearing this, Ning Zhongguo laughed and said, "Let's wait. Didn't he say that he needed 3 days to prepare? Don't jump to conclusions. Let's talk about it in 3 days. Humph. There are still 3 days left. I dare to bet that he has already disappeared without a trace." After that, Ning Qiudong looked at the rearview mirror, as if trying to find the big liar's figure. As for Chen Shi, she really did as she said. She had long since run away, because he had to rush home to see his daughter. After not seeing the little girl for half a day, Chen Shi began to feel a little empty in his heart. He was not used to it. As long as he thought of the little girl waiting for him to come home, he couldn't wait to recover his cultivation immediately and fly to his daughter in an instant. Chapter 8. In fact, Ning Qiudong really wronged Chen Shi. Because after buying the medicinal materials, there was only about 800 yuan left out of the 10,000 yuan. Ordinary medicinal materials were not expensive, but the aged ginseng, deer antler, and caterpillar fungus were very valuable things. These aged tonic medicines contained a small amount of heaven and earth spirit qi. Because the cultivation environment on Earth was too bad, the heaven and earth spirit qi was almost dried up, so Chen Shi could only extract it from this kind of medicine. Ning Zhongguo's injury was very serious, and there was no way to treat it through ordinary means, so Chen Shi was going to refine a simplified version of the energy cultivation pill for him, using immortal means to save his life. When Chen Shi returned to Kangju district with a large bag of medicinal materials, it was already 5:00 in the afternoon. The same place, the same time, the same person. But his state of mind was already very different from yesterday. With a faint trace of expectation, Chen Shi quickly walked to the door of the house. The familiar apartment building, the familiar iron gate, and the familiar feeling of space and time overlapping, just like yesterday, he stretched out his hand and gently knocked on the door. But this time, just as he finished knocking on the door, there was an instant movement in the house. Papa! Papa! Papa is back! The little fellow shouted excitedly. That soft and crisp voice could be heard clearly even by Qin-shi standing outside the door. Then, with a burst of hurried footsteps, the door opened. The little fellow maintained the posture of hanging on the door handle, tilting her head and revealing a pair of bright big eyes, quietly glancing outside the house. And when she saw that the person outside the house was really her father, she immediately shouted excitedly, and then pushed open the iron door with great effort, directly throwing herself on Qin-shi's lap. Papa! Qin-shi quickly squatted down, hugged his daughter's small body with his left hand, and then slightly lowered his head, rubbed the little fellow's forehead with his head, and asked happily, "Nian, did you miss Papa?" "Yes." As if to express how much she missed her father, the little girl actually took the initiative to kiss Qin-shi on his face, which immediately made Qin-shi laugh out loud. "Let's go back to the house with Daddy." After that, Qin-shi lowered his hand slightly and placed it on the little fellow's thigh. The little girl was also very cooperative. She directly sat on Qin-shi's arm and then wrapped her arms around Qin-shi's neck, allowing Qin-shi to carry her into the house. Perhaps it was because she hadn't seen her father for a long time, but after Qin-shi sat on the sofa with the little fellow in his arms, the little fellow was unwilling to get down. Instead, she firmly hugged Qin-shi's neck and asked her father to watch cartoons with her. Aunt Zhang had heard the commotion outside, but when she confirmed that it was Qin-shi, she returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. "How is it? Is the job search going well?" Auntie Zhang washed the vegetables while asking about Qin-shi's situation through the kitchen door. "Not bad. I met an old classmate, and he recommended me to work in a pharmaceutical company." On the way home, Qin-shi had already thought of an excuse, so when Aunt Zhang asked, he opened his mouth and made up an excuse. After all, everything that happened to him was too bizarre, so naturally, it was impossible for him to tell Aunt Zhang the truth. "Pharmaceutical company. That's good. When will you officially start work?" "In 3 days." "Oh. Then why don't you play with Nian while you're not at work these days?" "I'm an old woman, and I didn't dare to take her to crowded places before. Now that you're back, you can take her out to play." After hearing Aunt Zhang's words, Qin-shi looked down at his daughter and asked, "Nian, Daddy will take you out to play tomorrow, okay?" "Okay. Daddy will take me out to play. I also want to go to the amusement park and the zoo." The little girl immediately cried out excitedly. And Qin-shi keenly noticed the word "also" in the little girl's words. After thinking about it for a while, Qin-shi understood. He guessed that when the little girl played with other children in the community, she heard about the amusement park and the zoo from them. After all, Aunt Zhang was old and could not hold her for a long time. But if she ran around on the ground, the little girl was likely to run away when there were more people. For safety reasons, Aunt Zhang had not taken the little girl out to play since she was so big. Other children were showing off their experiences, but his daughter could only listen to them. It was quite pitiful to think about it. Thinking of this, Qin-shi could not help but feel a little guilty. So, he held his daughter, smelled the faint milky fragrance on the little girl's body, and said solemnly, "Nian, you have to eat more and grow up quickly. When you grow up, Daddy will take you to pick the stars and the moon, okay?" "Okay. Daddy, take me there." It was night. Qin-shi waited until Aunt Zhang and the little girl were asleep, and then secretly brought the medicinal materials to the bedroom. He was going to refine the foundation elixir, a kind of elixir that was very common in the Tianxian world. This kind of elixir was the basic elixir that every sect in the cultivation world needed. It was mainly used to improve the physique of new disciples, and at the same time, to repair the old diseases in their bodies, so as to help them quickly accumulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and officially enter the immortal sect. Alchemy was a technical job, and it was very particular about the heat, the prescription, and the time to put the materials. Chen Shi had lost his cultivation. Although after a few days of hard work, he had painstakingly accumulated a trace of true essence, but he still could not release the simplest magic, and naturally could not use any exquisite fire control magic. But fortunately, the grade of the foundation elixir was too low, and it did not even require any complicated alchemy techniques. In addition, what Chen Shi was going to refine was not the authentic foundation elixir, but a simplified version that he improved based on the existing medicinal materials on Earth. Naturally, there was no need for any techniques. Because of the lack of several main ingredients, Chen Shi did not have much hope for the simplified version of the foundation elixir in his hands. If the elixir could have 1/10 of the effect of the authentic foundation elixir, then he would be satisfied. After all, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Even if he was a grand master of alchemy, it was impossible to refine a furnace of elixir out of nothing. Chen Shi secretly took an iron basin from the kitchen and placed it on the ground, and sat cross-legged on the side. Then, he set up a spirit-gathering formation around the iron basin to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out. Chen Shi slowly put the medicinal materials into the iron basin, starting with the most common ones. When the ordinary medicinal materials filled the iron basin, he put a ginseng in the center of the iron basin, and this was the most valuable part of his large bag of medicinal materials. Shenong's herbal classic had a saying, ginseng mainly nourishes the 5 viscera, calms the spirit, stabilizes the soul, stops palpitations, dispels evil spirits, brightens the eyes, and improves happiness and wisdom. If taken for a long time, the body will be lighter and the life will be prolonged. Ning Zhongguo's 5 viscera were injured, so using ginseng as the main ingredient was naturally the best. After putting everything in place, Chen Shi concentrated and began to quietly feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that existed around him. After adjusting for 81 breaths, suddenly, a strange gust of wind blew in the room with the doors and windows closed. At the same time, Chen Shi finally opened his eyes. In the dark and gloomy room, his 2 eyes shone like fireflies. They flickered in the darkness, looking very strange. Gather. As his voice fell, the medicinal materials in the iron basin began to tremble slightly. Then, a faint cyclone spiraled up from the middle of the medicinal materials, like a tornado, raging and swallowing everything around it. Chen Shi's arms moved continuously, and in an instant, he had already made a few gestures. Rise! Chapter 9. The next morning, Chen Shi was lying on the bed with his back to the door. The little fellow quietly opened the door handle, glanced at Chen Shi's back, and then tiptoed to Chen Shi's bedside. She took a feather pulled out from the feather duster, walked to Chen Shi, and put the feather to the tip of Chen Shi's nose. But at this time, Chen Shi, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. Wow! Chen Shi was about to pounce on her. The little fellow was obviously startled by him, and her small body could not help but tremble. Then, her mouth was crooked, and her face was full of grievance and fear. Her eyes were red and she was about to cry. Seeing this, Chen Shi immediately knew that something was wrong. He knew that this joke was a bit too much. Don't cry. There's something behind you. Chen Shi suddenly sat up from the bed, took the little fellow into his arms, and then gently lifted her into his arms. He pretended to be mysterious and said to her, "There's something moving on the window. Look, it's still moving. Ah, it's coming. It's coming." The little fellow was obviously frightened by him. Lying on Chen Shi's shoulder, her small body trembling slightly. She did not dare to move or look back. For a moment, she even forgot to cry. Chen Shi secretly glanced at the little fellow and found that she was lying in his arms, so he whispered to comfort her, "Don't be afraid, Papa will protect you. Look, it was scared away by me." Under Chen-Shi's constant encouragement, the little fellow slowly turned around and carefully glanced at the window, only to find that there was nothing there. The sun was shining brightly outside the house, and a 20-year-old elm tree was swaying gently in the breeze. The early morning sun passed through the window of the room and sprinkled a rectangular golden light spot on the cement floor. Through the light, countless floating dust could be vaguely seen, moving and swaying in the slightly slanted light. The little guy sat in his father's arms in a daze, like a delicate porcelain doll, infinitely lovable. Just like that, a storm was resolved by Chen-Shi. Chen-Shi rubbed his daughter's head lovingly and asked with a smile, "Nian, do you want to go to the amusement park or the zoo?" "Everyone wants to go. You can only choose one today." "Oh, then I want to see a panda." "All right, let's go." Chen-Shi lifted her daughter high up in the air, making the little girl giggle. After breakfast, Chen-Shi was ready to take the little fellow out, but at this time, she clamored for her grandmother to go with her. Aunt Zhang was getting on in years and it was inevitable that her stamina could not keep up. Therefore, she did not want to walk too much or go too far. Thus, the little fellow was unhappy. After crying for a while, Chen-Shi and Aunt Zhang finally calmed her down. Before leaving, the little fellow asked her grandmother what she wanted. She would bring it back for her grandmother later, which immediately made Chen-Shi and Aunt Zhang burst into laughter. This little girl was really smart. Chen-Shi had just said something to her yesterday, and today she was already nimbly applying what she'd learned. Outside the door, the little fellow did not want to walk by herself, so Chen-Shi carried her with one hand and walked out of the community. At this time, a big sister carrying a vegetable basket saw the father and daughter. "Nian, where are you going?" The big sister was talking to Nian while looking at Chen-Shi vigilantly. She carefully looked at Nian's expression and movements, and then looked at Chen-Shi. Seeing that Nian was very affectionate to Chen-Shi and did not look like a bad person, she was relieved. The zoo. The little fellow seemed to know the big sister, so she happily sat on Chen-Shi's arm, straightened up and said proudly, "Papa, take me to the zoo. I want to see the pandas." After hearing Nian call her father, the big sister completely dispelled the doubts in her heart. She turned to look at Chen-Shi and said with a smile, "So you are Nian's father? Are you taking your daughter to play?" "Well, yes." Chen-Shi nodded with a smile. Although he did not know the big sister in front of him, he could see that she cared about Nian. "I haven't seen you before. Are you working in the field?" "Yes, I just got home a few days ago." "Oh, then I won't bother you. If you have time, spend more time with your daughter. Nian is very cute." The big sister waved her hand and said goodbye to Chen-Shi and Nian. Chen-Shi also understood the meaning of her words, so he smiled and said thank you to her. Although the people living in this community were not rich and the security environment was very poor, there was one thing that those high-end communities could not compare with. That was the care and help of neighbors. Maybe it was because the little fellow basically had not been far away, so when Chen-Shi took her to take the bus, the little fellow constantly pointed at the surrounding and kept asking her father what those colorful things were. The little girl was indeed a little cute. Her fair little face had a faint pink tint to it, making her look like a porcelain doll carved out of jade. Coupled with her pair of big watery eyes, she was simply adorable enough to melt everything around her. Several girls who got on the bus halfway could not help but exclaim when they saw the little fellow for the first time. They surrounded her and wanted to take a photo with her. For this kind request, Chen-Shi would not refuse. Because the little fellow was held by her father, she was not so afraid of strangers. Instead, she was very polite and called her sister. Suddenly, several girls were overflowing with love and shouted that they must have a daughter in the future. Zhonghai Zoo was located near Zhonghai Airport, covering an area of more than 700,000 square meters. It was one of the best urban zoos in the country. Because today was Thursday, there were not as many tourists here as there were during the holidays. Chen-shi got off the bus with Nian in his arms. As soon as they came to a spacious square, the little fellow became excited. Papa! Sun Wukong! The little fellow pointed at a guy dressed as Sun Wukong and immediately shouted happily. The person pretending to be Sun Wukong seemed to have noticed the little fellow and immediately walked toward Chen-shi. He did not speak and kept posing around the little fellow, making the little fellow giggle. After a while, Sun Wukong may have felt that the time was enough. He took out a sign from his waist, on which was written, 20 photos. Seeing this, Chen-shi could only shake his head helplessly. It was not because he did not like these people who pretended to be dumb and forced to make money, but because he had not bought a mobile phone yet. In this era, there were no mobile phones, even taking photos could not be taken, so he could only take Nian to get rid of Sun Wukong's entanglement and went directly to the ticket hall. The little fellow was only 4 years old and less than 1.2 meters tall, so even the ticket price was saved. Chen-shi's adult ticket was only 40 yuan, which was already very generous. Entering the zoo, the first thing they saw was a large science education hall, where various model specimens were displayed, as well as some simple animal evolution science. The little fellow was not interested at all. After entering the door for a while, she was already shouting that she wanted to see a live panda. The panda, as the star of the zoo, was generally arranged in the deepest part of the park, so Chen-shi could only take the little fellow and follow the crowd to see one by one. This is an orangutan. This is a monkey. Elephant. Hippo. Giraffe. Along the way, the little fellow could accurately call out the name of each animal, presumably because she often looked at children's picture books. After finally seeing a live animal this time, the little fellow became more and more excited. In order to let her see more clearly, Chen-shi picked her up and let her sit on his shoulder. This was the first time the little guy had experienced such an experience, and he immediately cried out in excitement. "Ride the horse, ride! Ride!" The little fellow opened her arms and kicked her small thin legs randomly. Seeing this, Chen-shi also opened his arms, took her hand from bottom to top, and then took her to run on the ground quickly. Chapter 10. Happy time always passed so quickly. Chen-shi took Nian to visit all the zoo. When they came to the exit, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. "Papa, I'm hungry." The little fellow touched her shriveled belly and said with a pout. At this time, Chen-shi suddenly woke up. He could not eat or drink, but the little fellow could not. Sin, he was so happy playing with the little fellow that he did not notice that it was already past the meal time. "Nian, what do you want to eat?" "Papa will take you there." "I want to eat Kentucky Fried Chicken," the little fellow said happily. But after saying that, her voice immediately lowered, and she whispered timidly, "But Grandma doesn't allow me to eat it. She said that those things are bad for health." "Oh. Is that so?" After hearing his daughter's words, Chen-shi understood that Aunt Zhang really raised her as a granddaughter, so she was determined not to let the little fellow eat any junk food. "Papa can take you there once, but you can't go back and tell Grandma, okay?" "Okay." Hearing this, the little fellow immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Obviously, she had been fascinated by these foreign fast food for a long time. "Come on, eat this candy first, then Papa will take you there." Chen-shi took out a black candy from his arms. The little fellow took it and smelled it. Suddenly, she smelled a refreshing fragrance, so she opened her mouth and swallowed it. But after swallowing it, she immediately frowned and shouted, "Papa, bad. So bitter. Not candy." As she spoke, she wanted to spit out the candy. Seeing this, Chen-shi immediately covered the little fellow's mouth and persuaded, "Don't vomit, eat it, Papa will buy you Kentucky Fried Chicken." What a joke, more than 9,000 yuan of medicinal materials, plus Chen-shi's overnight effort to refine these 3 foundation elixirs. If she vomited, more than 3,000 yuan would be wasted. While forcing his daughter to swallow the elixir, Qin reminded himself. When refining elixirs in the future, but remember to add cane sugar. Seeing the little fellow's bitter face and finally swallowing the elixir, Qin immediately carried her to the nearby store and bought her a bottle of Wuxia milk. The mist that was about to condense between the little fellow's eyebrows gradually dissipated. Let's go. Daddy will take you to eat KFC. You won't feel bitter after eating KFC. He took the little fellow to a shopping mall near the zoo and saw a long line in KFC from a distance. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Qin finally bought a Doraemon set meal for the little guy. Seeing that the delicacies of his dreams were right in front of him, the little guy was drooling. Qin found a seat near the window, put down the plate, and prepared to take the little fellow to wash her hands. But at this time, she shook off Qin's hand, picked up a chicken wing and gnawed it. Looking at her intoxicated look, Qin could only helplessly interrupt her and whisper, "Nian, be good. You have to wash your hands before eating, or you will have worms in your stomach. Are you afraid? Let's go. Daddy will take you to wash your hands." Although it was impossible for the child to get sick with him, it was still necessary for the child to develop good habits from an early age. After several persuasions, the little fellow reluctantly put down the chicken wing in her hand and obediently followed her father to wash his hands. "Papa, you eat." After washing her hands and re-entering the battle, the little fellow naturally would not forget to accompany her father, so she picked up a chicken nugget and fed it to Qin. "Well, it's delicious. Eat more." Qin smiled and swallowed the chicken nugget fed by the little fellow, then picked up a tissue and wiped the corners of her mouth. No matter where a beautiful woman was, she could easily become the focus of attention, and the little beauty was the same. Looking at the envious eyes of many people around, Qin suddenly felt a little proud. "This is my daughter." The father and daughter were quietly enjoying their familial happiness. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside their glass wall. The person knocked on the glass. Qin looked up and saw that it was a young woman dressed beautifully. The woman wore a pair of sunglasses that covered half of her face, but from her delicate chin and high nose, it could be inferred that she should be a great beauty. The woman knocked on the glass. When Qin raised his head and looked at her, the woman quickly walked away. Qin was a little confused. At this time, the woman had bypassed the glass wall, entered the restaurant, and walked directly in their direction. The woman excitedly went straight to the father and daughter, took off her glasses, and said with surprise, "Qin? It's really you. Long time no see. Lin Xian." Looking at the woman with exquisite makeup in front of him, Qin's mind couldn't help but recall her appearance when she was still in university. At that time, although she wasn't as gorgeous and mature as she was now, she also loved to dress up. Coupled with her warm and lively personality, she became the goddess in the eyes of many boys. "This is your daughter. So cute." Lin Xian's personality didn't seem to have changed much. After greeting Qin, her attention was on the little girl. Qin smiled and nodded, then said to the little girl, "Nian, call aunt." "Sister, call me sister." Lin Xian interrupted Qin with dissatisfaction. At this time, the little girl also finished eating a chicken wing. She wiped her mouth with her little hand and said sweetly, "Sister." "Good. Good." Lin Xian laughed and rubbed the little girl's head, then sat next to her and said, "Sister will sit next to you, okay?" "Okay." "Baby, what's your name?" "Chen Nian." "Sister, you can call me Nian Nian." Nian Nian is so good. Lin Xian played with the little girl and said casually, "I haven't seen you for 5 or 6 years, and your daughter is already so big. Time really flies." "Yeah, it's been 5 or 6 years in the blink of an eye." "Where's Yingying?" Why don't I see her? Lin Xian looked at Qin Shi, then looked at the little girl, as if suddenly thinking of something, and quickly asked. That's a long story. Qin Shi smiled bitterly and shook his head. What? Did you fight? Based on your personalities, it shouldn't be possible. Lin Xian was in the same major as the two of them in university, and she was Yingying's roommate, so she had always had a good relationship with the two of them. Hearing this, Qin Shi shook his head helplessly. After careful consideration, he decided to make up a story similar to his actual experience to tell Lin Xian. In this story, he had to leave Wuxia for some reason, and it was only recently that he finally had the opportunity to return to China. Before he left, he didn't know that Yingying was pregnant with his child, so when he came back, he found that the little girl was already 4 years old, and Yingying had already left. After Qin Shi finished telling the story, Lin Xian couldn't hold it in anymore and suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 11. Lin Xian looked at Qin Shi with some shock, as if she couldn't believe that the Qin Shi in her impression could do such a thing. Suddenly, she grabbed a handful of chicken bones that Nian spat out from the table, and then threw them at Qin Shi. Ignoring the people around them, she immediately shouted angrily, "Why didn't I find that you had the potential to be a scumbag when we were in school? How can you do such a thing as abandoning your wife and daughter? I really want to beat you with the sole of my shoe." There really was a very special reason, I couldn't even refuse. Qin Shi weakly defended himself. You're a damn man, how can you abandon them and run away by yourself just because you said you couldn't do anything? Lin Xian was already furious. Seeing that she had thrown all the chicken bones, she wanted to grab the uneaten hamburger on the table and throw it at him. But at this time, the little fellow suddenly cried. Don't hit my papa. The little guy reached out and grabbed Lin Xian's hand, then burst into tears. There were at least hundreds of people in the restaurant, and when they made a scene, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Lin Xian was stunned, and quickly hugged the little fellow in her arms to comfort her. Baby, don't cry, sister won't hit your father, don't cry, okay? Sister, don't bully papa. The little fellow cried like a pear blossom in the rain, and constantly shook Lin Xian with her small hands, firmly not allowing her to bully papa. After being interrupted by her, Lin Xian's anger subsided a lot, so she no longer paid attention to Qin Shi, and hugged the little fellow to comfort her in a low voice. After coaxing for a while, the little fellow slowly stopped crying, but she was still sobbing. Seeing this, Lin Xian was speechless and complained, Yingying gave birth to a good daughter for you. Qin Shi smiled awkwardly, and then took a tissue across the table to wipe the little fellow's face, and comforted her. Nian, sister didn't bully papa, don't cry. So many people are watching, if you cry again, they will laugh at you. Perhaps Qin Shi's persuasion worked, the little fellow slowly calmed down. But then, she glared at Lin Xian with her pair of red eyes, and then pushed Lin Xian away with all her strength, and went under the table to her father's side. Papa, hug. The little fellow went into her father's arms, and then buried her head in Qin Shi's shoulder, and didn't look at Lin Xian. Obviously, she thought she was a bad person. Well, I've become a bad person. Lin Xian gloomily looked at the father and daughter, and the resentment in her heart was difficult to calm. After a long silence, Lin Xian said with a gloomy face, Yingying is an otherworldly fairy, it's understandable that she can't tell a scumbag from a man, but I've seen countless men in the past, how can I not see that you're a scumbag? Qin Shi didn't know how to answer her. He couldn't tell her that he was struck by lightning and went to an alien planet, and then lived for 500 years in an alien planet, and finally succeeded in his cultivation, crossing the universe with his physical body, and went through untold hardships to return to Earth. Crazy, this is. I can't tell you the reason why I left that year, but I still hope you can believe me, I really left because of force majeure. Qin Shi looked at Lin Xian very sincerely. Lin Xian stared back at him, not to be outdone. Thus, the two stared at each other. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she unnaturally looked away, and reluctantly said, "Okay, I'll believe you for now." Chen Shi was about to thank her, but Lin Xian raised her head, looked at him, and said, "How long has Ying been gone?" 3 or 4 years. Chen Shi thought for a moment and replied. Hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but hold her chin, and after thinking for a while, she frowned and said, "A few years ago, Ying and I were in frequent contact, and when I was free, I would call her to ask how she was doing. Then one day, she suddenly changed her number, and I couldn't contact her anymore." "Then when was the last time you contacted her?" 3 years ago at Christmas. "But then again, she didn't even tell me that you two had a child. That's too much," Lin Xian said bitterly. Thinking that Ying had been gone for a long time, and that he didn't even know where she went, and there was no news of her, Chen Shi's heart suddenly throbbed with pain. For Ying, that was 5 years. But for him, wasn't it a whole 500 years? Meeting in a hurry, vexed that the kindness was too meager. In an instant, the clouds and rain were cast aside. Teaching me to think, my skin is as thin as a knife. Hate, only hate that it violated the old covenant. Lovesickness turned into illness, and that was even more drizzling. The heartbroken person was at the end of the road. The mountains were far away, and the water was far away, and the people were far away. This feeling was dusk and evil. "Papa, you eat." At this time, the little girl in Chen Shi's arms seemed to have recovered a lot, so she picked up a chicken and handed it to Chen Shi. "Okay." Chen Shi squeezed out a smile, and after reluctantly swallowing the chicken that his daughter fed him, he looked at Lin Xian and continued to ask, "Do you still keep in touch with other classmates?" "Just your dorm. I remember that you guys had a pretty good relationship at that time. Do you think that other people also contacted Ying?" "I'm not sure about that. After graduation, everyone was busy with their own things. In the beginning, there was still some contact, but after a few years, everyone had their own families, so the number of contact decreased a lot." Lin Xian shook her head, obviously also immersed in those beautiful memories. Sigh, Chen Shi exhaled deeply, not knowing what to say. Lin Xian saw that he seemed to be a little depressed, and she couldn't help but feel a little sad. How on earth could he find that person in the vast sea of people? After thinking for a while, Lin Xian suddenly clapped her hands and said, "You can't just wander around the streets looking for someone with your child. How about this? I'll organize a party next week and call a few of my good friends together. At that time, we'll ask everyone to see if anyone has seen Ying." Speaking of this, Lin Xian paused, and then continued, "Even if none of us have seen her, we can at least help you keep an eye out for news about Ying. How about that?" Okay. Thank you in advance." After hearing this suggestion, Chen Shi couldn't help but nod with some excitement, thinking that this idea was very good. What he was worried about now was that there was no clue at all. If someone could provide him with a clue, even if Ying was at the end of the earth, he would definitely be able to get her back. "Then that's it for today. Leave me your phone number, I'll contact you when the time comes." Hearing this, Chen Shi couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She decided that after eating, she must buy a broken phone and use it first. Earth is not the Tianxian world, this place really can't do without a phone. So, he could only say that he accidentally lost his phone and ask Lin Xian to write him a number. You can even lose your phone when you bring a child out to play. Lin Xian looked at Chen Shi speechlessly, took out a pen from her bag, and then wrote down her number on a napkin. "Then that's it, call me after you buy a phone." Lin Xian got up and prepared to leave. Chen Shi said to the little girl, "Nian, say goodbye to your sister." However, the little girl looked very reluctant. She pouted and tilted her head to the side, not listening to Chen Shi at all. "Sorry, the child is not sensible, I hope you don't mind." Chen Shi was very embarrassed. However, Lin Xian waved her hand and said indifferently, "It's okay, I'm leaving." After that, she turned and prepared to leave. And she was also prepared to teach the little girl a good lesson. He must let her understand that her behavior just now was very rude. But at this moment, the little girl suddenly turned her head and said loudly to Lin Xian's back, "Goodbye, sister." After that, she stretched out her small hand and waved vigorously. Lin Xian looked back at her cute little face, couldn't help but smile, and blew her a kiss. Chapter 12. In this world, not everyone likes children. Some people think that children are innocent, lively, and cute, while others think that children are noisy and annoying. After lunch, she took the little girl home. Maybe because she had a lot of fun, the little girl was chattering excitedly all the way. She was very long-winded, so she also disturbed many people on the bus. Finally, a young man in a uniform couldn't help but turn around and stare at Shi. Seeing this, she could only smile at him apologetically, and then whispered to the little girl to be careful not to disturb others when talking. After being educated by her father in a low voice, the little girl playfully stuck out her tongue. Although she was still talking to her father in high spirits, the volume was much lower. After the bus arrived at the station, she took the little girl straight to the nearest mobile business center, spent 399 yuan to buy a Xiaomi mobile phone, and then spent 50 yuan to get a SIM card. This cost him more than half of his net worth, which made Shi feel a little painful. After careful calculation, including the KFC meal just now, he only had about 200 yuan left, which was not even enough to buy a ticket to the amusement park. After thinking about it, she decided not to take the little girl out to play tomorrow. The most important thing was to fill up his wallet. So, she turned on his mobile phone and started to operate it. When he left, the Android system had just become popular, and Nokia was still struggling to survive by relying on its own Symbian system. 5 years later, Nokia had withdrawn from the mobile phone market, and the mobile phone that cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan was not even comparable to the mobile phone that cost less than 500 yuan now. Thinking about it, it was a little amazing. Shi first sent a text message to Lin Xian, telling her his number, and then took out Ning Zhongguo's business card and called the number on it. The phone was quickly connected, and Ning Zhongguo's polite voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Shi introduced himself and explained the situation to Ning Zhongguo. Although Ning Zhongguo felt a little confused, he did not say anything else. After a few simple polite words, he and Shi set a time for the treatment. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock a.m., Jin City Holiday Villa. Jinqing Biayuan was a well-known high-end residential area in Zhonghai City. Its main products were detached villas and large houses. Ning Zhongguo finished the call and returned to the dining table. Ning Chodong, who had been pretending to eat but was actually eavesdropping on his call, immediately frowned and asked, "Dad, did that liar call you?" "How rude. You're full of swindlers and liars. What did he lie to you about?" Ning Zhongguo reprimanded his daughter. Although Ning Chodong didn't talk back, her face was full of displeasure. That liar had actually fooled her father. Thinking of this matter, she felt a little brooding. "Oh, by the way, tell Master Wang later that there will be a distinguished guest at noon tomorrow. Remember to prepare a feast. Also, your second uncle is coming over tomorrow. You should take some time to come back and call Qing Shui back as well. That girl is nowhere to be seen all day. As her elder sister, you should talk to her properly." Wang Zhongguo returned to the dining table and told his daughter about the arrangements for the next day as he picked up some food for her. "Got it." After listening to Ning Zhongguo's words, Ning Chodong nodded, but her eyes were rolling. Suddenly, a wonderful idea came to her mind. She had already thought of how to punish that big liar. The next morning, although the little fellow was a little unhappy that Papa didn't take her to the amusement park today, under Chen Shi's earnest guidance, she finally acted like a little adult and expressed her understanding and support for Papa's sudden overtime work. "Goodbye, Papa. I'll wait for you at home." The little fellow waved her little hand vigorously. Her silly little appearance immediately amused Chen Shi. Now, as long as he could see the little fellow every day, he already felt very happy. Out of the door, Chen Shi went straight to the bus stop. More than an hour later, he arrived at the expensive Jinqing Beiyuan. After taking out his ID card and registering in the security room, Chen Shi entered the community under the guidance of the security guard. Although he said that he was leading the way for him, in fact, he was monitoring his every move. After all, this kind of high-end community was not a place that just anyone could come in and hang out. According to the address provided by Chen Shi, the security guard took him to the front of a villa, and then stood silently by the side, indicating that Chen Shi could go forward and knock on the door. Looking at the magnificent single-family villa in front of him, Chen Shi couldn't help but have a doubt in his heart. Were rich people so low-key these days? Why would they buy a lousy A6 for no reason and make him ask for a low price? Chen Shi pressed the doorbell, and the person who answered the door was a middle-aged woman dressed as a nanny. Before Chen Shi could speak, the woman had already asked with a smile, "Are you Mr. Qin?" Under the guidance of the woman, Chen Shi smoothly walked into the villa. Then, he saw Ning Zhonghua in the living room, who was watching TV. "Brother Qin, you're here. Please sit down." Ning Zhonghua didn't get up. He sat on the sofa and casually pointed to the seat next to him, indicating that Chen Shi could sit anywhere he wanted. Although his words were very polite, Chen Shi was not a 3-year-old child. Naturally, he could clearly feel the arrogance emanating from Ning Zhonghua's bones. In fact, it was because he didn't trust him. Perhaps he had never trusted him from the beginning to the end. The reason why Ning Zhonghua was willing to give him a chance was because he wanted to give him a chance as well. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Therefore, even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, Ning Zhonghua was willing to give it a try. The two of them exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and Chen Shi was ready to take Ning Zhonghua's pulse to see if his condition had worsened. However, at this moment, the sound of high heels suddenly came from outside the villa. Chen Shi looked back and saw Ning Qiudong leading a group of people in a line. "Dad, let me introduce you. This is Professor Xia, the chief physician of the acupuncture teaching and research department in the School of Chinese Medicine. He is also a member of the Wuxia Special Effect Medical Research Society and the executive director of the Zhonghai Chinese Medicine Association. Professor Xia, this is my father, Ning Zhonghua." Ning Qiudong was followed by an old man in a Chinese tunic suit who looked about 60 or 70 years old. As soon as they entered the villa, she led the old man straight to Ning Zhonghua. Then, as the middleman, she smiled and introduced the two of them to each other. After listening to his daughter's introduction, Ning Zhonghua quickly stood up and shook the old man's hand. He said happily, "So it's Professor Xia." "Hello, hello." Chen Shi sat on the sofa and slightly raised his head to look at the arrogant woman in front of him. However, Ning Qiudong acted as if he didn't exist. She didn't even look at him. At this moment, a man who was 178 centimeters tall was like invisible air, staying in the corner and ignored by everyone. Looking at Ning Zhonghua and the old man talking happily, Chen Shi couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose awkwardly. But then, he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 13. Professor Xia was over 60 years old, so he was older than Ning Zhonghua by a generation. Ning Zhonghua did not dare to be arrogant in front of him, so he quickly got up and shook Professor Xia's hand. After the two exchanged some pleasantries, Ning Zhonghua invited Professor Xia to take a seat. Then, Professor Xia noticed Chen Shi on the side. He saw that Chen Shi was young, so he thought he was from the Ning family, so he asked curiously, "Who is this?" Hearing this, Ning Zhonghua laughed and said, "This is a friend of mine. he also knows medicine. If Professor Xie doesn't mind, we can have a medical exchange later. Oh, hello. Professor Xie nodded and guessed that Qin Shi was a medical student. He knew that Qin Shi was coming, so he waited here in advance. Professor Xie had seen this kind of situation many times, so he did not find it strange. Qin Shi did not know what Professor Xie was thinking. When he saw Professor Xie nod at him, he bowed slightly in return out of courtesy. Then, Ning Zhongguo looked at the two people who came with Ning Qiudong. Behind Ning Qiudong was a man and a woman. The man was about the same age as Ning Qiudong. He was Ning Zhongping, the second uncle of Ning Qiudong. After Ning Zhongping came in, other than chatting with Ning Zhongguo for a while, he did not say anything else. From his words and actions, it was not hard to guess his identity as a soldier. As for the woman at the back, she was younger, about 23 or 24 years old. She was very beautiful, and she looked very similar to Ning Qiudong. What was even more amazing was that she had a cold temperament, and she had a natural feeling, like a snow lotus blooming on top of a mountain. When she stood next to Ning Qiudong, the two formed a sharp contrast. One was as passionate as fire, and the other was as cold as snow. She was Ning Qiudong's younger sister, Ning Qingxue. Ning Zhongguo greeted his younger brother first, then looked at his second daughter who never came home and complained, "Qingxue, you're almost a rare guest. I'm afraid that your second uncle comes home more often than you." Hearing this, Ning Qingxue explained helplessly, "Dad, you know that I've been very busy recently. I can't just be a boss like my sister. If you think it's easy to be a boss, why don't you give it a try? I'll exchange jobs with you. Do you dare?" Ning Qiudong laughed and joked with her sister, but what she got in response was Ning Qingxue rolling her eyes. Qin Shi was originally sitting in the middle of the sofa, but as everyone took their seats one by one, he consciously sat on the other end of the sofa, keeping a certain distance from the others. This also made him look out of place with the others. Ning Qiudong had not looked at Qin Shi since she entered the room, but she had been secretly observing Qin Shi. She was waiting for this swindler to retreat. But she waited for a while, and even after Ning Zhongguo and Professor Xie had chatted for a while, Qin Shi still had no intention of getting up and leaving. Thus, Ning Qiudong was angry. Since this swindler was so daring, then don't blame her for not being polite. Thinking of this, Ning Qiudong leaned down and whispered a few words in Professor Xie's ear. After Professor Xie heard this, even with his high self-control, he could not help but change his expression at this moment. He then looked at Ning Qiudong and asked seriously, "Really?" Seeing Ning Qiudong nod with certainty, Professor Xie then turned his head and carefully looked at Qin Shi. He still could not believe what Ning Qiudong just said. Could it be that medical swindlers were so rampant now? For a big family like the Ning family, 100,000 yuan was just a drizzle to them. But if it were an ordinary person, wouldn't the life-saving money that they worked so hard to save be cheated away so easily? If they dared to cheat ordinary people of their life-saving money, what else would this group of crazy medical swindlers not dare to do? Killing people was just a tip of the head, but this kind of vile behavior was even worse than killing people with their own hands. No, I have to expose them. Thinking of this, Professor Xie's face could not help but darken. He turned to look at Ning Zhongguo and asked seriously, "I heard from Qiudong that Mr. Ning has been feeling a little unwell recently." Sigh. "It's an old illness. It's an illness that I left behind when I was young. I've always felt a little uncomfortable, but recently it's become a little more serious. Maybe it's because I'm old and my body can't take it anymore. Is it convenient for me to take your pulse?" "Sorry to trouble you," Ning Zhongguo nodded and said politely. Qin Shi's judgment was not wrong. Ning Zhongguo would not live past 50 years old because he had suffered a very serious internal injury 5 years ago. After the injury, Ning Zhongguo had gone to many hospitals for checkups. He had seen both Chinese and Western medicine, and had taken countless chest CT scans. However, none of the hospitals could cure his internal injury. What was even more outrageous was that many hospitals could not even check if he was injured or not. This made Ning Zhongguo gradually feel disheartened, and he knew that he did not have long to live. Internal injuries were not diseases. Diseases could be cured, but injuries could only be nursed. As his physical condition deteriorated day by day, Ning Zhongguo could not even walk at the most serious time. Later on, Ning Zhongguo was introduced to a legendary reclusive expert, and from that expert, he asked for a magical medicine that was said to be able to defy the heavens and change one's fate. Ning Zhongguo did not believe in such mysterious legends at first, and only thought that the other party was a swindler. However, after taking the medicine, Ning Zhongguo suddenly realized that the medicine was really effective. Ning Zhongguo was ecstatic, thinking that he was finally saved. However, at this time, the reclusive expert regretfully told him that there was no medicine in this world that could save the dead. As for him, he was already half a dead man. Although the magical medicine could allow him to stand up and move like a normal person again, it could not cure his internal injury. In despair, Ning Zhongguo returned to Zhonghai and began to arrange his funeral. Ning Qiudong also took over his position at that time. He did not know how long he could live. Because he did not want his daughter to worry about him for no reason, Ning Zhongguo had not told her the truth. The reason he chose to believe Qin Shi that day was mainly because Qin Shi was right. He would not live past 50 years old. After all, without that magical medicine, he would have died at the age of 49 with regret. How could he have persisted to this day? At the same time, Ning Zhongguo did not believe Qin Shi. The reason was very simple. Because the reclusive expert had said that his injury could not be cured by anyone in this world. In addition, Qin Shi was just a young man who had no credibility, so Ning Zhongguo's rationality told him not to trust a villain. But in the end, his life was his own. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, who would not want to live? Today, when he saw Ning Qiudong and Professor Xia visit him, Ning Zhongguo was only slightly surprised. However, he quickly calmed down. Even though Professor Xia was a well-known medical professor in China, in his mind, he was still not as good as the reclusive expert who gave him the magical medicine. His daughter kindly invited the old professor to treat him. Naturally, he could not refuse his daughter and Professor Xia. However, this made the young man a little embarrassed. Thinking of this, Ning Zhongguo could not help but look at Qin Shi. What he did not expect was that the young man who was targeted by his daughter could still be calm in this situation. He sat steadily on the sofa as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. In terms of self-control, it was enough to make Ning Zhongguo look at him in a higher light. The hall was a little quiet. Everyone quietly waited for Professor Xia's diagnosis results. However, everyone waited for a while before Professor Xia finally withdrew his hand. He then frowned and said to himself, if the pulse is strong, the liver disease. Frivolous, the heart disease. Sharp sprinting, the lung disease. Chain beads, the kidney disease. Heavy and slow, the spleen disease. Chapter 14. Professor Xia pondered for a while but did not immediately come to a conclusion. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he was still thinking about how to determine Ning Zhongguo's condition. His every move naturally affected the hearts of the people present. Ning Qiudong stood behind Professor Xia and suddenly felt a little nervous. She had always believed that there was nothing wrong with her father's health, but when she saw Professor Xia's actions, she could not help but have some doubts. Could it be, did her father really have some kind of strange illness? Otherwise, why would a leading figure in the medical field take so long to determine whether a person was healthy? As time passed, the atmosphere in the hall became heavier and heavier. Professor Xia still did not speak. Everyone's hearts were getting higher and higher, and they were all worried about Ning Zhongguo. After waiting for a long time, Professor Xia finally spoke. If my inference is correct, Mr. Ning, your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are all damaged. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Ning Zhongguo was also slightly stunned. He had the most intuitive understanding of Professor Xia's medical skills. Other than the hidden expert, Professor Xia was the second person to be able to detect his physical condition just by taking his pulse. As for Chen Shi, he could be considered half a person. To be honest, Ning Zhongguo suspected that Chen Shi knew about his physical condition from somewhere, and that was why he was able to point it out so easily. After Ning Chodong heard Professor Xia's diagnosis, she suddenly turned pale and asked anxiously, Professor Xia, is my father seriously ill? Hearing this, Professor Xia gently shook his head and said, I'm not sure yet. This is just my preliminary inference. If you want to understand the specific situation, I'll have to trouble Mr. Ning to come with me to the University of Chinese Medicine. My laboratory has the most advanced medical equipment. I can do a comprehensive examination for Mr. Ning so that I can make an accurate judgment. Okay, then let's not delay. Shall we go now? It was obvious that Ning Chodong was really worried about her father's health, so after hearing Professor Xia's explanation, she quickly walked to Ning Zhongguo's side and complained, Dad. If you weren't feeling well, you should have told me earlier. I would have gone with you for a checkup. Science is so advanced now. As long as you find the problem early, any illness can be cured. But you kept it from me. At this time, Ning Qingxue, who had been sitting next to them without saying anything, also stood up with a worried expression. She was ready to go with them to Professor Xia's laboratory to take a look. Ning Zhongping looked at the situation and felt that he might have come at the wrong time. The reason why he came here today was mainly to discuss a very important matter with Ning Chodong. However, he did not expect that the medical professor brought by Ning Chodong would find out that there was a problem with Ning Zhongguo's body at this time, so he could only temporarily hide this matter in his heart. It was better to wait until Big Brother recovered before telling him, Ning Zhongping thought to himself as he looked at Ning Zhongguo on the sofa. The family looked at Ning Zhongguo anxiously, hoping that he would follow Professor Xia to the medical school for a checkup. However, when Ning Zhongguo saw their anxious looks, he comforted them with a few words and said with a smile, It's okay. It's an old problem. Don't worry. It's rare for a distinguished guest to visit. I've already instructed the kitchen to prepare a feast yesterday. It won't be too late to go after lunch. Dad. It's not even lunchtime yet. What's there to eat? Ning Chodong was an impatient person. When she saw that Ning Zhongguo did not panic at all, it immediately made her angry. She reached out to pull Ning Zhongguo up from the sofa. That's enough. Look at yourself. How improper. Ning Zhongguo slapped his daughter's hand away and signaled for her to pay attention to her image. Then, he said to Professor Xia, Then how about this? Sir, please wait for a moment. I'll change into a jacket and go out. After the checkup, I'll set up a banquet to treat you well. Okay. Professor Xia nodded with a smile. Ning Zhongguo got up and walked to the second floor. At this time, Ning Chodong looked at Chen Shi. Seeing that Chen Shi was still sitting there calmly, she could not help but feel a little angry. Therefore, she directly yelled at Chen Shi, How long are you going to sit here, you liar? Do you want me to personally send you out? Ning Chodong crossed her arms in front of her chest and slightly straightened her chin. She looked like a proud queen who was examining a criminal in front of her. The reason why she invited Professor Xia over today was mainly to expose this liar's lies. However, she never expected that after Professor Xia's checkup, she would find out that Ning Zhongguo was really sick. It was all because of this jinx. However, it was all thanks to this liar. Otherwise, she would not have found out about her father's illness. Once a person was old and sick, it could not be delayed for too long. She would just take it that he was lucky. Therefore, after much consideration, Ning Chudong decided not to pursue the matter. However, at this time, Chen Shi suddenly chuckled. He seemed to be disdainful of her words. Seeing this, Ning Chudong could not help but be furious. She shouted, "Why aren't you getting out of here? Do you really think that I can't do anything to a liar like you? Believe it or not, I can send you to prison with one phone call and let you out after 8 to 10 years. The smile on Chen Shi's face disappeared. He looked at Ning Chudong and asked calmly, "You keep saying that I'm a liar. Then tell me, what did I cheat you of?" "What? Do you think you're in the right? You cheated my father of $10,000 the day before yesterday. Have you forgotten already? $10,000. Chen Shi shook his head and chuckled. How much do you think the herbs I bought that day cost? At this time, Ning Zhonghua, who had just walked up the stairs, looked back at the two people who were arguing in the living room. He stopped Ning Chudong. "Chudong, don't talk nonsense. This young man has good intentions. I've already asked someone to check those herbs. After taking them, they really do help relieve pain." Hearing this, Ning Chudong stomped her foot and said anxiously, "Dad, I don't care about the money. I just can't stand this liar's arrogance. I specially invited Professor Xia over today to make this liar back off. But look at him. He's still like a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water." As she spoke, Ning Chudong turned around and stared at Qin Shi. "Even Professor Xia couldn't easily determine my father's condition. You just took his pulse and said that my father won't live past 50 years old. And you keep saying that you can cure him. Do you really think that you're a miracle doctor?" "I can cure him," Chen Shi said calmly. "Get out of here." Seeing that Chen Shi didn't repent again and again, Ning Chudong was so angry that her face turned red. Perhaps she realized that she had lost her composure, so Ning Chudong took a deep breath and controlled her emotions. Then, she pointed at the door of the villa and looked at Qin Shi coldly. "I don't want to say it again. Are you going to get out or not?" Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Qin Shi's eyes. He was slightly angry. He stood up and stood proudly in the living room. He looked at Ning Chudong and said coldly, "The reason why I'm willing to save your father is that I really need money recently, but you have to understand that I didn't make a profit by charging you $100,000. It's you who made a profit. If the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, I can keep you alive until dawn." Chapter 15. I've earned. Ning Chudong was stunned for a moment, then she couldn't help but laugh. She mocked, "May I ask what I've earned?" However, Chen Shi didn't reply. He glanced coldly at Ning Chudong, then looked at Ning Zhonghua at the staircase. He said coldly, "I've refined the medicinal herbs that you bought with 10,000 yuan into pills. The medicine is here. We're even now. If you continue to spout nonsense, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, Chen Shi took out a small bottle from his bag and placed it on the table. Then, he walked out of the door. Ning Chudong looked at Chen Shi's back. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Ning Zhonghua silently looked at Ning Chudong and Chen Shi arguing. After Chen Shi left, he didn't say anything to stop them. He just sighed softly and went up the stairs again. One was his daughter, the other was just an outsider. Since the two of them were already like fire and water, he naturally couldn't continue to help an outsider. Forget it. What his daughter said should be right. That young man was probably trying to cheat money. Perhaps it was because he felt lucky that he couldn't find out that young man's problem. After Chen Shi left, the living room fell into a strange silence. Ning Chudong angrily walked to the table and wanted to throw the bottle of so-called medicine away. But when she picked up the bottle of medicine, she stopped for some reason. Then, she opened the bottle cap, wanting to smell the pill inside. The moment she opened the lid, a faint smell mixed with the fragrance of medicinal herbs rushed into her nose. She took a light sniff and felt that this fragrance had an indescribable taste. The fragrance was very unique. It smelled fresh and pleasant. In the faint fragrance, there seemed to be a faint bitter smell from the medicinal herbs, intertwining with the fragrance. After inhaling this fragrance into her lungs, she suddenly felt much more awake. This medicine, Ning Qiudong frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, she closed the bottle cap and put the small bottle in her bag. She was a little depressed as she returned home. Naturally, he would not be in a good mood after being rolled his eyes at for no reason. There were more than 9,000 herbs, but after careful calculation, the labor cost for this trip was only about 800 yuan. I can earn 800 renminbi in one night. If that's the case, I'm one of the high-income people in Zhonghai. Shi laughed at himself and knocked on the door. The Peiyuan pill could effectively alleviate Ning Zhongguo's condition, but it could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. There was only one way to truly cure him. With the help of the Peiyuan pill, Shi would use the Immortal's Dharma access to massage Ning Zhongguo's qi to fully exert the medicinal effect, eliminating the old illness in Ning Zhongguo's body from the root. However, in the current situation, even if Ning Zhongguo took out 1 million or 10 million, Shi wouldn't treat him anymore. Did they really think that a single copper coin could stump a hero? Thinking of this, Shi couldn't help but sneer. Let's wait and see, Papa. Papa is back. Now as long as Shi went out of the door, the little girl would always pay attention to the situation outside the door. Therefore, even if Shi only knocked on the door very gently, she could accurately hear the sound coming from the door in the noisy animation music. The little girl excitedly jumped off the sofa and ran barefoot to the door. Shi looked at the little head that poked out from the crack of the door, and the dark clouds that hovered in his heart suddenly dissipated a lot. He opened the door, leaned over and picked up his daughter. Then he scratched the tip of her little nose and asked with a smile, "Nian, do you miss Papa?" "Yes." The little girl smiled sweetly. "Good girl, Papa is going home, let's go." Carrying his daughter to the sofa, Shi played with the little girl for a while, then came to the kitchen and handed the last Peiyuan pill to Aunt Zhang. "Aunt Zhang, this is the latest Chinese medicine pill developed by our company, made entirely of Chinese medicine, without any chemicals. It is said that it can effectively prevent diseases, enhance the human body's immunity, and help the elderly. I specially brought one back for you, take it quickly." "Is it really so good?" Aunt Zhang took the small bottle with a smile, opened the bottle cap and smelled it, then asked with a smile, "I have never seen this kind of Chinese medicine supplement before. Do you want to eat it directly or drink it with water?" "Take it orally, take it quickly. I have also eaten this thing. The feeling is similar to dry chewing powder, and it is not too bitter." She said, pretending to be very casual. Seeing that she repeatedly urged her, Aunt Zhang did not doubt him, poured out the pill, and swallowed it directly. After swallowing the pill, Aunt Zhang only felt a clear stream flowing from her neck to her stomach. It felt like eating a mint candy, which was very comfortable, and she could even rely on the clear stream to clearly feel the flow of the pill. "Oh, this medicine is very good." After taking the pill, Aunt Zhang closed her eyes and felt it for a while. When she opened her eyes again, she felt that everything in front of her was much clearer. Aunt Zhang blinked hard, and felt that the scene in her vision was much clearer. The presbyopia that had troubled her for many years was suddenly cured. God! This is a god of medicine. Xiao Qin, where did you get this medicine? It must be very expensive, right? Come, I will give you the money." Aunt Zhang pulled Shi into her bedroom, ready to pay Shi for the medicine. Seeing this, Shi hurriedly waved his hand and explained, "Aunt Zhang, this medicine is free." It is a free benefit that our company gives to our employees. This medicine is not on the market yet, so you can't buy it outside. Speaking of this, Chen-Shi couldn't help but hold Aunt Zhang's hand and said sincerely, all these years, thank you for being around. I don't even know how to repay the kindness that our family owes you. You want to give me money for such a small matter, aren't you treating me as an outsider? I am your junior, so naturally, I should give you something good to show my filial piety. However, Aunt Zhang didn't agree, and kept pulling Chen-Shi to give him money. She wasn't stupid, this pill with an immediate effect was definitely not simple, so no matter what, she wasn't willing to take Chen-Shi's medicine for free. And of course, Chen-Shi couldn't take Aunt Zhang's money. He already owed Auntie Zhang too much. How could a single pill be enough to pay it all off? The two of them argued for a while, and finally, Chen-Shi convinced Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang didn't mention the money anymore, so she kept praising Chen-Shi for being sensible and finally taking responsibility like a man. Hearing this, Chen-Shi gave Auntie Zhang a hand and started chatting with her with a smile. Traditional Chinese Medicine University. Professor Xia looked at the brand new examination report in his hand and couldn't help but frown. Professor Xia, how is it? Is my father okay? Ning Qiudong stood next to him and asked worriedly. Hearing this, Professor Xia let out a deep sigh and said, my guess was right. Mr. Ning's 5 internal organs are all damaged. Ning Qiudong was shocked, and her face couldn't help but turn pale. Professor Xia looked at her expression and couldn't help but shake his head. However, Ning Qiudong took a deep breath and continued to ask, what else? Seeing this, Professor Xia could only shake his head slightly and fulfill his responsibility as a doctor. He explained in detail, Mr. Ning's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are all bleeding. Among them, the lung injury is the most serious. Part of the left lung has necrosis, and must be removed in time. In addition, because of the damage to the 5 internal organs, the black water produced by the wound rotting has accumulated to a certain extent. We must find a way to clean it up, reduce the inflammation, and carry out systematic treatment. Chapter 16. After listening to Professor Xia's explanation, Ning Qiudong froze on the spot. She really wanted to ask Professor Xia if her father's illness could be cured. However, she opened her mouth slightly and her lips squirmed for a long time before she realized that she couldn't even say a word. Was there a need to ask? Although she didn't understand some of the medical terms that Professor Xia was talking about, did Professor Xia really need to explain in this situation? Ning Qiudong stood in the same place. 2 lines of tears suddenly slid down her pale face. In an instant, she felt as if she had returned to her childhood. Their mother had passed away very early, and their father had raised the 2 of them up painstakingly. Later on, the family's conditions became better and better. However, her father was often not home because of work. The 2 of them were left alone in the cold and empty house. Therefore, after they grew up, Ning Qiudong had to go home every night no matter how busy she was at work. This was because she didn't want her father to experience that feeling of loneliness. Because of her family, Ning Qiudong became a strong woman when she grew up. This also gradually made her understand the importance of family. Her father was very dignified and always meant what he said. However, sometimes, he would follow her little temper and let her do whatever she wanted. Gradually, Ning Qiudong also grew up. Although she hadn't married yet and became a glorious mother, she also began to truly understand how her father treated her and her sister. It was the most difficult fetters that originated from the depths of their blood. Suddenly, Ning Qiudong seemed to have thought of something. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She gently wiped away the tears on her face with her hand. She adjusted her expression and looked at Professor Xia seriously as she asked, Professor Xia, when can we start the treatment? Of course, the sooner the better. I'll call the hospital right away and ask them to arrange an intensive care unit. Professor Xia thought for a moment before he continued. However, I suggest that Ms. Ning go and talk to Mr. Ning about it first. Because his current situation isn't something that can be achieved in a day or two, I suspect that Mr. Ning might have known about his illness a long time ago. He was just afraid that you would be worried, so he didn't tell you. I understand. Thank you, Professor Xia. Ning Chodong nodded silently, then turned to look outside the door. She guessed that her father was still there comforting Qing Xuan not to worry. Suddenly, he flipped the ink on the table and smeared the poetry book like an old crow. His father was pitiful and his mother was reluctant to slap him, but his foolish smile made people sigh. Geese, 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 singing to the sky. White feathers float on the green water, red palms pluck the clear waves. Chen Shi sat on the sofa with the little fellow in his arms and taught her to recite Tang poems word by word. Nian Nian was already 4 years old. Naturally, it was time for her to start learning how to read. She was also very smart. It only took her less than a morning to completely recite the Song of the Goose. When the little fellow once again completely recited the entire poem, she excitedly rushed into Chen Shi's arms and asked with a laugh, Papa, am I awesome? Amazing, Nian Nian is so smart. Chen Shi kissed his daughter and then said with a smile, Come on, Papa will teach you a poem. Recite it with me. 2 orioles singing in the green willows. 2 orioles singing in the green willows. The little fellow opened her small mouth, clapped her small hands, and recited it word by word with Chen Shi. A group of egrets flying to the blue sky. The window contains the autumn snow of the West Ridge. The door moors the ship of the East Wu Kingdom. Chen Shi patiently taught his daughter to recite the poem. At this time, a strange ringtone suddenly rang. Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. He thought it was Aunt Zhang's phone ringing. When he was about to ask Aunt Zhang to answer the phone, he suddenly realized that it was his cell phone that was ringing. Chen Shi quickly put the little fellow aside and reached for the phone on the table. Hello, is this Chen Shi? Lin Xian's voice sounded at the other end of the phone. Perhaps it was because she heard the little fellow reciting the poem. Lin Xian immediately smiled. Without waiting for Chen Shi to reply, she said directly, the day after tomorrow, Sunday. I have made an appointment with everyone. You must come. Well, okay, sorry to trouble you. Remember to bring Yin Yin too. Let them see how cute the daughter of you and Ying Ying is. They will be so jealous. Hearing this, Chen Shi thought for a moment and laughed involuntarily. Okay, I will bring Yin Yin too. After that, the two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Chen Shi put down the phone and looked down. He saw the little fellow secretly sticking to him and eavesdropping with her little ears. Chen Shi smiled and held his daughter in his arms. He scratched her nose with his hand and deliberately asked with a straight face, When did you learn to eavesdrop on Papa's phone call? The little fellow did not take it seriously at all. Instead, she giggled and said, Papa, where are you taking me? I am taking you to see the sister from the day before yesterday, okay? Hearing this, the little fellow immediately pouted and said with dissatisfaction, No, sister wants to hit Papa. She is a bad person. Sister is joking with Papa. In fact, she is a good person. She likes Nian Nian very much. Really? Of course it is true. Would Papa lie to you? Okay, then I can play with her. The little fellow pretended to be reserved and said. Looking at his daughter's proud appearance, Chen Shi suddenly laughed. Zhonghai Medical College Affiliated Hospital, ICU. Ning Zhonggui changed into a hospital gown and sat on the edge of the bed. He looked at the expressionless Ning Qiudong helplessly. To be honest, he had long thought that he would have such a day. However, he did not expect this day to come so suddenly. Qiudong. Why don't we go home? You see, Papa usually has no major problems. He can eat and exercise. There is no need to make such a big fuss, right? Looking at his daughter's cold expression, Ning Zhongguo's tone was no longer as harsh as usual. His tone was like that of a child who had made a mistake and was anxiously waiting for her parents to scold her. No, we will go home after you finish the surgery. She looked at her father who was sitting on the hospital bed with a crooked back, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Ning Chodong's expression was still cold, but her heart seemed to be dripping blood. When had Papa ever shown such an attitude in front of her? The more Ning Zhonghua acted like this, the more Ning Chodong understood his current thoughts. Papa had always known about his physical condition, but he had been hiding it from her. Since she already knew, Papa naturally did not need to hide it anymore. Looking at her father who had aged a few years in an instant, and then looking at his weakness and helplessness that was exposed for the first time because he could no longer continue to hide it, Ning Chodong's heart was broken. The ward suddenly became quiet. The father and daughter looked at each other for a while. Finally, Ning Zhongguo was defeated. He shook his head, as if he was talking to himself, and said, "Okay then, I will sleep first. Call me when Professor Xia is ready." "Okay." Ning Chodong nodded expressionlessly, then turned around and walked out of the room. However, the moment she turned around, Chapter 17. Outside the room. As soon as Ning Chodong walked out of the door, Ning Qingxue immediately stood up from the chair next to her and asked anxiously, "Is Dad okay?" As she spoke, she wanted to go in and check, but Ning Chodong suddenly reached out and stopped her. "It's okay, let him rest." Ning Chodong forced a smile. Ning Qingxue was stunned. Looking at her sister's slightly red eyes, she couldn't help but feel sad. The two sisters looked at each other, and there was a sense of sadness in their hearts. Ahem. Ning Zhongping coughed softly and comforted them. "Don't worry, Professor Xia's medical skills are superb, he will definitely cure your brother." Ning Chodong nodded, thought for a moment, then looked at Ning Zhongping and asked, "Second uncle, do you know when my dad got injured? How did he get injured?" Ning Zhongping shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "That's weird. Professor Xia said that my dad didn't get sick naturally, it was most likely caused by an external force, but he couldn't say for the time being what caused it. Anyway, my dad's condition is very strange." Hearing that, Ning Zhongping suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and his face couldn't help but change. Ning Chodong was only thinking about Professor Xia's words, so she didn't notice the strange expression that flashed across his face. The surgery began very quickly. Ning Chodong, who had always been very strong, finally broke down the moment she saw her dad being pushed into the surgery room. She leaned against the wall and slid to the ground weakly. She covered her face with her hands and cried out loud. She wasn't ready yet, nothing could happen to her dad. Perhaps it was because Ning Chodong's emotions, Ning Chodong, who was always cold and didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations, was now crying and squatting down with Ning Chodong in her arms. Ning Zhongping sat on the chair silently, watching the two sisters crying on the ground. He wasn't good with words, and now he didn't know how to comfort them. Unknowingly, he had already clenched his fists. The white knuckles and bulging blood vessels were all a reflection of his heart. He had already roughly guessed when his elder brother was injured. This enmity must be avenged. After a long time, the lights in the operating theater finally went off. When she saw Professor Xia walk out of the operating room, Ning Chodong's heart tightened. "Professor Xia, my father, because she was too excited, she couldn't even speak clearly at this moment. Her whole body was trembling uncontrollably, and she looked particularly pitiful. "Don't worry, the operation went smoothly. The necrotic part of the lung has been successfully removed. Next, he will be hospitalized for a period of observation. After that, I will prepare the next stage of treatment for Mr. Ning." Professor Xia took off his mask and said tiredly. After all, he was already old and had not been the chief surgeon for a long time. Therefore, this surgery was really tiring for him. Fortunately, the surgery was a success. Therefore, when he saw Ning Qiudong's haggard appearance, he patted Ning Qiudong's shoulder with a smile and comforted her. The patient is still in a coma. You should go eat and rest. Don't tire yourselves out. Ning Qiudong's heart, which had been hanging in mid-air, finally calmed down. The moment she relaxed, her entire body seemed to have lost all strength in an instant. Suddenly, she fell limply to the ground. Fortunately, Ning Qingxue reacted quickly and supported Ning Qiudong, preventing her from falling to the ground. Sis, why don't you go back and rest? If this goes on, you will collapse before Dad is done. Ning Qingxue advised very worriedly. It's okay. Qingxue, go buy some water and food. We will rest here and wait for Dad to come out. Ning Qiudong shook her head. Ning Qingxue saw that her attitude was firm and could only follow her and turn around to buy food. The three of them ate some snacks and then continued to wait outside the ward. Not long after, a nurse walked out of the ward and said to them, "The patient is awake. You can go and see him. But remember, don't let the patient eat anything." Ning Qiudong ran into the ward excitedly with her sister. As soon as she entered, she saw Ning Zhongguo's pale face due to excessive blood loss. "Dad, do you feel better? How can it be so fast?" Ning Zhongguo shook his head weakly and reached out to hold his daughter's hand. Ning Zhongguo clearly looked very healthy in the morning, but after the surgery, it was as if he was terminally ill in an instant. He looked like he was on the verge of death. Looking at his weak appearance, Ning Qiudong could not help but cry again. "Dad is fine. Come and talk to me. Qingxue, you come too." As if to reassure his daughters, Ning Zhongguo forced himself to be alert and tried to straighten his body, wanting to talk to his two daughters. But then, Ning Zhongguo suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Dad!" Seeing the blanket that was instantly dyed red with blood, Ning Qiudong was stunned. Almost without any hesitation, she immediately cried loudly outside the door, "Someone, where is the doctor? Call the doctor." Ning Qingxue quickly ran out to call the doctor. Ning Qiu then looked helplessly at her father who was still coughing up blood. This sudden turn of events made her cry like a child. She no longer looked like a strong woman. "Dad, don't scare me. Didn't Professor Xia say the surgery went smoothly? How could this be? Cough cough. I'm fine. Don't worry." Ning Zhongguo coughed for a while, spitting out blood as he coughed. When he finally felt better, Ning Zhongguo held his daughter's hand and forced out a smile. He said with difficulty, "The weather is unpredictable, and people are fickle in fortune and misfortune. Qiudong, you're not young anymore. Don't you understand? Dad." Ning Qiudong opened her mouth and screamed silently. Tears had already blurred her eyes. Her father, who was so close to her, slowly blurred his figure in her eyes. Ning Qiudong could not see his face clearly. "It's okay. Dad has lived for 3 more years. I'm satisfied." At this point, Ning Zhongguo's tone became more and more stable. His words became clearer and clearer. He seemed to be much better. But in Ning Qiudong's eyes, this was a sign of terminal lucidity. She cried and shook her head. She shouted with a hoarse voice, "Dad! Don't say any more. Rest well. Professor Xia will be here soon. He will definitely cure you. It's no use. Professor Xia is not a god. I know my illness very well." Ning Zhongguo shook his head lightly. He reached out to wipe the tears on his daughter's face, but he realized that there was no end to it. Do you know why Dad has lived for 3 more years? It's because Dad met a god 3 years ago. Ning Chodong looked at her father blankly and listened to him ramble on. For a moment, other than crying, she did not know what she should do. The old god gave me a pill called the life-continuing pill. It's amazing. After I ate it, Dad's illness was cured. That's why I can stay with you for 3 more years. I've lived for 3 more years for no reason. I'm content. Chodong, you have to learn to be content too. Do you understand? Ning Chodong did not speak. Ning Zhonghua wiped her tears again and continued, in the future, when Dad is no longer around, you have to take good care of your sister. I know you're proud and look down on ordinary men, so I've never urged you to get married. But you're not young anymore. I won't be able to hold a grandson in my lifetime. You have to let me see you when you're buried in the ground, right? Be careful that Dad doesn't bother you in your dreams every day. At a time like this, Ning Zhonghua was still in the mood to joke. He even chuckled to himself. Ning Chodong stared at her father blankly. Suddenly, she stood up from the chair as if she had been electrocuted. Then, she picked up her satchel and poured out everything in it. Then, she fell to the ground like a madwoman and threw out her things one by one. At this moment, Ning Chodong looked like she was possessed. She kept muttering, "Pill. Pill." Finally, she found it. Chapter 18. Ning Chodong trembled as she picked up the small bottle. It was a very ordinary plastic bottle, just like the plastic bottle used to store medicine in a typical household. Pills. Ning Chodong's hands trembled a little, but she couldn't control herself. She opened the bottle cap, looked at the pills inside, and smelled the fragrance coming from the pills. Suddenly, the scenes after her contact with Qin Shi quickly flashed through her mind. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Liar, Chodong. What's wrong?" Ning Zhonghua looked at his daughter's sudden abnormal behavior and was immediately frightened. He quickly turned his body, wanting to see what his daughter was doing on the ground. However, this movement immediately affected his wound, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ning Chodong was alarmed by her father's actions. She quickly stood up and poured out the pill. "Dad, the medicine is here. Take it quickly." Ning Zhonghua looked at his daughter's dazed appearance and felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. If he really didn't live past today, how big of a blow would it be to his daughter? Looking at her current behavior, how was it any different from going crazy? Thinking of this, Ning Zhonghua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, under his daughter's expectant gaze, he swallowed the pill. As long as it could make his daughter feel at ease, so what if it was arsenic? However, what Ning Zhonghua didn't expect was that after he swallowed the pill was like a mint candy. It turned into a clear stream in his body and flowed to every part of his body. Silently feeling the familiar taste, Ning Zhonghua instantly became a little excited. He was very familiar with this feeling. 3 years ago, when he just swallowed the life-prolonging pill, he also had this feeling. "Chodong, where did this medicine come from?" Ning Zhonghua grabbed Ning Chodong's hand and asked excitedly and nervously. "It's effective." "Yes, it's the same feeling as when I took the life-prolonging pill 3 years ago." Ning Chodong looked at her father with a face full of surprise. After seeing Ning Zhonghua nod affirmatively, she immediately said excitedly, "The medicine that the liar left behind is actually real." After saying that, she was stunned. Liar. That liar who kept saying that he could save her father had already been chased away by her. Thinking of this, Ning Chodong couldn't help but feel anxious and angry. She hated herself. Why couldn't she trust that person a little? Even if it was just a little, father wouldn't have to suffer like this now. No. He had to find him and apologize to him face to face. Thinking of this, Ning Chudong immediately looked at Ning Zhonghua and said, "Dad, I'll go and invite him back. Wait for me here." After that, she picked up Ning Zhonghua's phone and prepared to leave. At this time, Professor Xia also hurriedly pushed open the door and walked in with a group of people. What's the situation now? What happened to Mr. Ning? From the moment Ning Zhonghua fell ill to the moment Ning Chudong gave him the pill, the entire process took less than 5 minutes. Therefore, when Professor Xie received the news and rushed over, Ning Chudong had just picked up her phone and was about to leave. "Qingxue, come and tell Professor Xie about the situation. I have something to deal with immediately." After that, she didn't care about Ning Qingshue's stunned expression and ran out of the ward. She quickly looked through Ning Zhonghua's phone. Finally, she found the number that she had called before. After nervously taking a deep breath, Ning Chudong gathered her courage and dialed the number. Beep, 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 the call went through, but the other party didn't pick up. Listening to the beeping sound on the phone, Ning Chudong's heart was in her throat. However, what she didn't expect was that after the phone rang a few times, the other party actually hung up the phone. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." Hearing the busy tone from the phone, Ning Chudong didn't want to give up and continued to call. However, after she dialed a few more times, she found that the tone suddenly changed. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable, crazy." She looked at the name of the caller, speechless, and then hung up the phone. When he left yesterday, he already expected that Ning Zhonghua would call him again. However, what he didn't expect was that the call would come so quickly. She just fell out with him yesterday, and today she shamelessly called him. It was only a day later, and she couldn't do it anymore. "What were you doing earlier?" She was still a little angry. "You wanted to break up, so be it. Now you want to use true love to coax me down, bah." The phone rang again and again, and she hung up several times. However, the other party still didn't give up and kept calling, so he simply turned off his phone. He only had 2 contacts anyway, and Lin Xian probably wouldn't call him now, so he turned off his phone for peace and quiet. She casually threw the phone aside, put on a smile, and put his daughter on his lap. She stroked her little face and asked with a smile, "Nian Nian, Daddy will teach you to memorize the 3-character classic now, okay?" "Okay." The little girl said sweetly. "Nian Nian is so good." She happily taught his daughter to memorize the 3-character classic. Aunt Zhang was watching TV while listening to the father and daughter reading, and her face was full of gratification. Since she came back, she really relaxed a lot. And this family finally looked a little like home. The father and daughter recited for a long time. During the intermission, the little girl seemed to suddenly think of something, so she looked at Qin and asked in a childish voice, "Papa, other children have to go to kindergarten, why don't I go?" "Ah." She was stunned. To be honest, he hadn't thought about this problem for the time being. Nian Nian was only 4 years old, and she could only go to kindergarten in the middle class. She originally planned to wait until she was 5 years old before sending her to kindergarten in the upper class, so that it would be easier for her to adapt to the school atmosphere when she went to primary school. The 9-year compulsory education didn't include kindergarten. Most parents now sent their children to kindergarten when they were 2 or 3 years old because they didn't have time to take care of their children. But she wasn't in this situation. He was an unemployed vagrant, and he hadn't been with the little girl at all in the past few years. Now, of course, he wanted to accompany the little girl all day. After all, if conditions permitted, it was best to take care of his own children. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but lower his head, looked at the little girl and asked, "Nian Nian, do you want to go to kindergarten?" "Yes." Xiaoyu and the others said that kindergarten is fun. "Then will you be afraid when you go there?" "No." With Xiaoyu with me, I won't be afraid. Hearing this, Chen-Shi couldn't help but touch his chin with some doubts. Why other children were afraid of going to kindergarten, but his own family wanted to go to kindergarten? There was something fishy, however, since the little girl said that she wanted to go to kindergarten. As a father, he naturally couldn't refuse. So, Chen-Shi touched the little girl's head and said with a smile, "Well, Papa will send you to kindergarten in a few days, okay?" "Okay. Papa is the best." After that, the little girl kissed Chen-Shi, which immediately made Chen-Shi laugh. However, as he smiled, his smile turned into a bitter smile. Kindergarten tuition was not cheap now. Chapter 19. Ning Chodong tried several times, but every time she called, the phone was turned off. She had no choice but to stop. Thinking that the guy who could save her dad was driven away by her own hands, she felt extremely guilty and uncomfortable. Ning Chodong, Ning Chodong. You are so conceited, shallow, and ignorant. Thinking and thinking, Ning Chodong suddenly slapped herself in the face. After a crisp paw sound, a few fingerprints appeared on her beautiful face. This palm strike was not light at all. Ning Chodong walked to a chair and sat down dejectedly. Her eyes were empty, like a walking corpse. This matter was indeed a huge blow to her. Dad was seriously ill, but she drove away the doctor who could cure him. Thinking about it, she felt a bit ironic. Every time she thought about how she told people to get lost at home, she wanted to bang her head against the wall and die. This time she offended people badly. What to do? Ning Chodong sat in a daze for a while. Suddenly, she slapped herself in the face again. After she was done, Ning Chodong suddenly started giggling like a maniac. In the empty corridor of the hospital, she was the only one with disheveled hair sitting on a chair and giggling. If someone were to accidentally pass by, they would probably be severely shocked by her. After laughing for a while, Ning Chodong finally stopped giggling, and then took a deep breath. Then, she gently brushed her hair with her hand. After straightening out her messy hair, she raised her hands and rubbed her red and swollen eyes. When she put her hands down, at that moment, she seemed to be a different person. Although her eyes were still red and swollen, and her long black hair was still a bit messy, but her whole spirit was completely different from before. The arrogant queen of Zhonghai was back. She picked up her dad's phone and dialed a number. After dialing, she calmly said to the other side of the phone, "Old Hu, it's me. Put down everything you're doing and come to my house. Pull up the surveillance video from yesterday morning and see if there's a young man in it. I want you to help me find all the information about him within 3 days. Can you do it?" After that, Ning Chodong quietly waited for a reply from the other end of the phone. After hearing the other party's response, she continued, "I don't care what methods you use, but I want to find this person within 3 days. Zhonghai is not a big city, I hope you can give me some good news." With that, she hung up the phone and walked toward Ning Zhonghua's ward. In the ward, Professor Xia was still carefully asking about Ning Zhonghua's current situation. Ning Chodong glanced at Ning Zhonghua and found that his complexion was much better. It seemed that the pill really had an effect. Then, she picked up the things on the ground one by one as if there was no one around. Ning Qingshuan noticed her sister's strange behavior and squatted down to help her pick it up. At the same time, she asked with concern, "Sis, are you okay?" "I'm fine, don't worry." Ning Chodong smiled and took the things her sister handed over. Then, she looked at her and said, "I'm going out later. You can take care of Dad, is that okay?" "No problem, I've already asked for leave from my boss." "Then I'm relieved." Ning Chodong put the things one by one into her bag, then stood up and patted her sister's shoulder, "I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything." "Okay." Ning Churung turned and left the room again. Ning Qingxue stood there and looked at her sister's back thoughtfully. She felt that something was different about her sister. Kongju community. Chen Shi carried Nian to the door. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned around and shouted into the house, "Auntie Zhang, we're going out. We'll have dinner outside. Don't leave any food for us." "Okay, go. Come back early." After hearing Auntie Zhang's response, Chen Shi carried Nian out of the house. Lin Xian set the location of the party at the famous Sally restaurant in Zhonghai City. Sally restaurant was one of the few one-star Michelin restaurants in Zhonghai. It was located on the top floor of the Xingchen Hotel. The per capita consumption was not low. After Chen Shi received the address text, his first reaction was to call Lin Xian. He told her frankly that he was short of money recently and couldn't treat them to such a luxurious restaurant party. However, Lin Xian was determined not to change the location. She said that she would treat and Chen Shi could eat as much as he wanted. Chen Shi argued with her for a long time. In the end, he couldn't persuade her and could only reluctantly agree. This made Chen Shi feel a little emotional. He had only been back for a few days, but he owed more and more favors. He would have to pay her back in the future. The little girl now seemed to be used to going out alone with Chen Shi and no longer clamored for grandma to go with her. Chen Shi walked with her for more than an hour and changed 2 buses before they finally arrived at the destination of the trip. "Papa, it's so beautiful here." The little girl was born and raised in Zhonghai, but she had never been to the most prosperous core area of Zhonghai. So after getting off the bus, she immediately became excited, pointing to the surrounding buildings and exclaiming, "Let's go, Papa will take you to see Dianjiang." Dianjiang was a landmark river in Zhonghai. It flowed through the downtown area of Zhonghai and was the last tributary of the Yangtze River before it merged into the East China Sea. The so-called Dianjiang was actually looking at the modern buildings on both sides of Dianjiang. Xingchen Hotel was on the edge of Dianjiang. Chen Shi carried Nian and walked all the way to the hotel along the riverbank. It was not yet 5:00 in the afternoon. The warm sun was shining on their heads and the salty sea breeze was blowing. The little girl immediately shouted excitedly toward the river. "Papa, look, a boat." The little girl pointed to a yacht and cried out excitedly. In her concept, running on the road was a car, floating on the water was a boat, and flying in the air was an airplane. As for yachts and cruise ships, cars and buses, in the eyes of the little girl, of course, they could only be distinguished by size. "Nian, do you like the sea?" "I like it. I haven't been to the sea yet. When will Papa take me to play in the sea?" The little girl asked with a pout. "When you grow up, Papa will take you to play in the sea." "No, I want to play in the sea." The little girl did not want to do it. She sat on Chen Shi's arm and shook her feet vigorously, shouting that she wanted to play in the sea. "Today we are going to find our sister. Papa will take you to the beach to play another day, okay?" Chen Shi felt that his mouth was also cheap. He asked her if she liked the sea. This behavior was simply courting death. The father and daughter strolled along the river bank to the hotel. At this time, Chen Shi's phone just happened to ring. "Hello, Chen Shi, have you arrived?" "Just arrived, at the entrance of the hotel." "Where are you?" "Hey, don't move, I see you." "Here." Chen Shi held the phone and looked around. Lin Xian was standing at the entrance of the hotel, constantly waving at him. Lin Xian was wearing a white dress today, with light nude makeup. Her hair was tied up high on the top of her head, looking particularly dignified and elegant. "Let's go, we'll go up first. Lulu and the others will still be a while before they arrive." Chen Shi carried the little girl to Lin Xian. Lin Xian said while reaching out to touch the little girl's face. But at this time, the little girl suddenly turned her little head, as if she was unwilling. Seeing this, Lin Xian could only helplessly ask, "Baby, are you still angry with your sister?" The little girl didn't answer. It seemed like she was holding a grudge. So Lin Xian pretended to be very sad and pretended to sob, 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 sob. "I'm so sad, baby is ignoring me." This trick was effective. The little girl immediately turned her head, looked at Lin Xian, and said very generously, "Don't cry, I forgive you." Hearing this, Lin Xian immediately beamed with joy and hurriedly asked, "Then can big sister hug you?" The little girl seriously considered it, then reluctantly nodded. Lin Xian immediately laughed and took her from Qin Shi's arms. At the same time, she didn't forget to flatter her, "Let's go, I'll take you to eat good food. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the taste." Qin Shi helplessly followed behind her. Seeing her talking to Nian like a child, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After so many years, she still hadn't changed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thank you to Li Shu Zhen, Blood CV Sticks for the tips. Chapter 20. After entering the door, Lin Xian took the father and daughter straight to the restaurant. Because they had just strolled around Dianjiang, it was almost time for dinner. Qin Shi really wasn't familiar with this kind of legendary high-end restaurant. Because he had never been here. It was not that he couldn't afford it, but because he and Yingying had similar views. Both of them felt that they should work harder while they were young and not easily extravagant and wasteful in order to enjoy. After all, they really didn't have much capital. So whenever Qin Shi got his salary, Yingying would deduct a large part of it, saying that it was to save money to buy a house. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shi had never taken Yingying to any high-end place for a long time. He wanted to create some romance for Yingying, but unfortunately, the housekeeper was too strict. Without a small treasury, he could only sigh. In the end, this also became a little regret in Qin Shi's heart. Lin Xian was very familiar with this kind of place. Perhaps she also saw Qin Shi's unfamiliarity, so she came up with a set of tasting menu and very considerately ordered good dishes for Qin Shi. However, the little fellow didn't care so much. She sat next to Lin Xian. When she saw Lin Xian holding the menu and ordering, she also stretched out her small hand and kept pointing on the menu. "This, I want this, and this." People who didn't know would think that she really knew French food, but in fact, the little fellow didn't even know a few Chinese characters. This menu didn't have pictures, so she was just playing around. He didn't know where she learned this action. After ordering, Lin Xian teased the little fellow and asked casually, "What are you going to do now?" "What?" Qin Shi didn't understand the meaning of Lin Xian's words. "Didn't you just come back from abroad? Have you found a job? Or do you want to start your own small business?" Everyone was not young people who had just left school. Lin Xian had been in society for so many years, and she had already developed a pair of discerning eyes. With a casual glance, she could naturally see Qin Shi's current value. Looking at the little fellow again, although the little fellow was very beautiful and cute, her clothes were not valuable. It was very much like the street stalls in the urban rural fringe. Qin Shi was not a worldly person, so even if he dressed casually, Lin Xian didn't find it strange. But as the saying goes, a son should be raised poor, a daughter should be raised rich. If there were conditions, a father would obviously not treat his daughter badly, so there was only one conclusion. Qin Shi's current situation wasn't very good. "I haven't found one yet. But, look at my current situation, working from 9 to 5 every day is obviously not suitable, then. Why don't I lend you some money for you to start a small business? Open a coffee shop, a convenience store, or something like that." "Not for now, let's talk about it later. If I haven't found a suitable thing to do by then, I'll really have to trouble you." "Hey, don't be so polite about such a small matter. Lin Xian waved her hand very generously, and then changed the topic to the little fellow without leaving a trace. As a smart person, she stopped talking when it came to the point. Although she didn't know what Qin she had experienced in the past few years, Lin Xian still believed that an outstanding man could stand up very quickly even if he fell countless times. The two of them waited for a while, and suddenly, a waiter led a group of people to their table. Xian, long time no see, I missed you so much. The person who spoke was a gorgeously dressed woman wearing branded clothes. After this woman saw Lin Xian, she immediately walked up excitedly and hugged Lin Xian from behind. She was Ying and Lin Xian's roommate in university, Wang Lu. Although Wang Lu was somewhat materialistic, she was still quite a good person, so Lin Xian had never stopped contacting her. The tall beauty with a pair of particularly eye-catching long legs and a short skirt next to her was their last roommate, Fang Lei. Fang Lei's family was outstanding, and she grew up in an environment where the stars revolved around the moon. So when she first entered university, a small matter would cause her to lose her temper. Later, perhaps due to Ying's subtle influence, she gradually began to lower her status and became somewhat down to earth. Oh, handsome Qin, long time no see, you're becoming more and more manly. Wang Lu deliberately pretended to be infatuated, trotted to Qin Shi's side, and then said exaggeratedly. Qin Shi smiled bitterly and leaned back, trying very hard to put some distance between them. Sure enough, men are like wine, they only have taste when they get older, tsk. Wang Lu said in an exaggerated tone, as if she didn't care about her image at all. Enough, Lulu, don't tease him. Don't you see there are children here? Lin Xian pulled Wang Lu's arm coquettishly, which finally helped Qin Shi out of his predicament. When they were in university, Wang Lu often teased Qin Shi in front of Ying. A few years later, she didn't expect Qin Shi to still be so serious, so Wang Lu couldn't help but tease him. Hey, is this Ying's child? So cute. Come, let me pinch you. Don't make trouble. It's rare to come to a Michelin restaurant, and you're almost making me lose my cool. It's really shameful. Lin Xian gently patted Wang Lu's hand and said with a look of disgust. After that, Lin Xian pulled Fang Lei, who was still standing aside, and said, Lei, sit down. Don't pay attention to this crazy woman. Fang Lei seemed to have long been accustomed to Wang Lu's character, and was not surprised by her various low-class behavior. What was even more strange was that Fang Lei's relationship with Wang Lu was better than with Lin Xian. The two of them often met for afternoon tea, so Lin Xian still couldn't figure out why a goddess would play with a crazy woman. After Fang Lei sat down, Lin Xian held the little girl and was ready to introduce her two sisters to her. But at this time, Wang Lu suddenly patted Lin Xian's hand and motioned her to look back. Lin Xian looked back and saw a man standing not far behind. The man seemed to be paying attention to the situation here. After seeing Lin Xian turn around, he immediately waved to her. Why is he here? After seeing the man's appearance, Lin Xian quickly turned back and stared at Wang Lu, asking sternly, Lulu, you actually betrayed me? Bah, what do you mean betrayed you? It's so unpleasant to hear. Hearing this, Wang Lu waved her hand and quickly explained, you know my husband, he's not very capable. See, he's working in his company now. When you called me that day, my husband happened to hear it, so he went to report it. Let me make it clear first, this really has nothing to do with me. You still dare to say it has nothing to do with you? I don't believe your husband can hear the time and address I gave you. Lin Xian glared at Wang Lu a little angrily, obviously very dissatisfied with her poor excuse. Xian, you're not young anymore. You're almost 30, but you still haven't had a boyfriend, no one would believe you. Li Xiuan has been chasing you for 5 or 6 years, right? He's so good, has his own company, has family connections and money, and is deeply in love with you. Seriously, think about it carefully. If you like him so much, why don't you go back and divorce your husband now, and I'll matchmake the two of you. Lin Xian's words left Wang Lu speechless. Thus, Wang Lu could only wave in Li Xiuwen's direction, indicating that they should find a seat. She kept trying to please Lin Xian, trying to calm Lin Xian down. Chen Shi silently looked at the few old classmates who were sitting there. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to the lush green campus. That year, the spring breeze was bright and beautiful. That year, the years were peaceful. That year, with a beauty by his side. Chapter 21. Everyone had their own life trajectory, but all in all, most people were still ordinary and ordinary. Lin Xian was not from Zhonghai. After graduating from university, she stayed in Zhonghai to work alone. Her development over the years had been quite smooth. Before the age of 30, she had become the HRD of a well-known multinational company. In Zhonghai, this international first-tier city, she could be considered a successful person. Wang Lu got married and became a housewife. But she had always been a money worshipper, but her husband was not a rich second generation, nor was he rich at all. Her husband was a senior who had been pursuing her in university. After graduation, he was neither high nor low, but now he was a middle-level manager in the senior's company. In Wang Lu's own words, she had been blind to agree to his proposal back then. But in fact, looking at the happy expression on her face, how could she be dissatisfied with her husband? Fang Lei worked in her own company, and in a few years, she should take over everything in the company. Her fiancé was a top student who studied abroad with the same social status as her. The two were quite satisfied with each other. Once they got married, her life could be considered complete. Only Chen Shi, his development was beyond everyone's expectations. Chen Shi was originally a top student in computer science, and at that time, the domestic internet environment was not as fertile as it was now. It could be said that it was a blue sea that had not yet been fully developed. If he followed the original route, after Chen Shi graduated, he would naturally be an honest programmer in an internet company. After 3 to 5 years, he would have accumulated enough connections and experience. Perhaps he would be able to catch up with the internet craze and become a pig standing in the wind. Standing in the wind, even a pig could fly. Heroes are created by the times. If he didn't get the wrong script, Chen Shi might have been a star in the IT industry with a net worth of more than 100 million. Unfortunately, there was no if, and he didn't get the wrong script. 5 years later, Chen Shi didn't become a star in the IT industry, but instead became a cultivator with a high level of cultivation. Of course, if cultivators were a profession, he would at least be at the level of a CEO. Perhaps it was to protect Chen Shi's self-esteem, Lin Xian did not tell Wang Lu and Fang Lei the truth. Therefore, both of them thought that Ying had suddenly left without saying goodbye, abandoning Chen Shi and his daughter regardless of everything else. Sigh, I've already said it. Ying is a fairy. Chen Shi, although you're not bad, how can a mortal be worthy of a fairy? So I guess that Ying must have gone back to heaven. Wang Lu waved her knife and fork and said with an exaggerated expression. What are you talking about? Lin Xian glared at her in dissatisfaction. At this time, Fang Lei also shook her head and said, Ying isn't that kind of person. I guess she must have something to do at home, so she left temporarily. But it does seem like she has been gone for a little too long. Nonsense, the child is already so big. Wang Lu rolled her eyes at Fang Lei, then cut a small piece of mutton and fed it to the little girl. Recently, she was also considering whether to have a baby. After seeing how cute the little girl was, she directly grabbed the little girl into her arms and said that she would have a daughter in the future. Chen Shi ate silently. Although the food was delicious, he felt that it tasted like chewing wax. Thinking about it, with Ying Ying's indifferent personality, it was already good enough that she would call them when she had nothing to do. Why would she tell them about her plans? No one had seen Ying Ying, and no one knew where she went. Thinking of this, Chen Shi felt a little annoyed. Tianxian domain was so far away, but he could still rush back. He didn't believe that he couldn't find someone on such a small planet. The few of them chatted for a while. Seeing that Ying Ying's matter could not be discussed further, Wang Lu changed the topic and said carefully, Xian, no matter what, Li Xiuwen is an old friend of ours. Why don't we ask him to join us at the table? Hearing this, Lin Xian immediately put down the cutlery. Just when she was about to flare up, Wang Lu quickly said, you said he was very annoying, but look at him running all the way here. He didn't even dare to come over and say hello when you didn't nod. He has already given you enough face. He is a big boss of a listed company. It's not good for him to be ignored by you like this. We should still be polite. Isn't it just a meal together? It's not a big deal. Under Wang Lu's constant persuasion, Lin Xian was finally convinced by her, so she nodded reluctantly. Seeing this, Wang Lu immediately stood up and waved to the opposite side, indicating for him to sit down. Lin Xian originally booked a round table by the river, so when the man sat down, it didn't seem too crowded with 5 adults and 1 child. Come, Chen Shi, let me introduce you. Li Xiuwen, the young master of Wenmao Group. He opened his own shipping company. He can be ranked in the top 3 among our alumni. Director Li, this is Chen Shi, our old classmate, and also your junior in the same major. Li Xiuwen was 3 years older than them. He was now 30 years old, in the golden age of men. He was wearing a tailored suit and looked particularly energetic. He exuded the confidence and charm of a successful person from head to toe. Hello, Mr. Chen. After listening to Wang Lu's introduction, Li Xiuwen politely took the initiative to extend his hand. Perhaps it was because of Lin Xian, Li Xiuwen lowered himself very much. He didn't seem to put on any airs and felt very approachable. However, when Li Xiuwen shook hands with Chen Shi, he secretly looked at Chen Shi. Seeing that Chen Shi didn't seem to be a big threat to him, Li Xiuwen finally relaxed and the smile on his face became wider. His little action naturally didn't escape Chen Shi's eyes. Li Xiuwen met Lin Xian at an alumni meeting. At that time, Lin Xian had just graduated. This natural and beautiful girl deeply attracted him, so Li Xiuwen immediately launched a strong attack on Lin Xian. Unfortunately, Lin Xian wasn't interested in him at all. She rejected all invitations and didn't accept any gifts. The relationship between the two didn't make any progress for a long time, so Li Xiuwen had no choice but to poach Wang Lu's husband to his company. He planned to use Wang Lu's side to save the country in a roundabout way. Reality proved that this method was very effective. Recently, the number of times he and Lin Xian sat together for dinner gradually increased. Although there were always other people in the way, at least there was progress, right? Lin Xian didn't actually hate Li Xiuwen that much. The reason why she was so cold to Li Xiuwen was mainly because she didn't want to give him any hope. Actually, what Wang Lu said made sense. He was 30 years old, rich, and handsome. Moreover, he had pursued her for 5 to 6 years. His perseverance alone was enough to make many girls fall for him. However, Lin Xian didn't think so. Although she looked carefree at times, deep down, she was a very feminine woman. If she had to find a reason to reject Li Xiuwen, then Lin Xian would only have one reason: it felt wrong. The meaning of these 4 words was very simple. That was, no chance. However, Li Xiuwen didn't believe in this. He had been in the field of love for many years, but he really hadn't met someone like Lin Xian. Therefore, the more Lin Xian rejected him, the more enthusiastic he became. Thinking about it, a 30-year-old unmarried man, which one of them was easy to deal with? Chapter 22. Li Xiuwen sat down, and the atmosphere cooled down a lot with his arrival. Lin Xian took the little guy from Wang Lu's arms and started talking to him. Perhaps he was used to Lin Xian's indifference, but Li Xiuwen didn't feel awkward at all. He smiled and took out a card from his pocket and put it on the table. Then, he gently pushed it in front of Lin Xian and said, Xian, this is the VIP card of Tanggu. With this card, you can go to Tanggu to eat at any time. You don't have to make an appointment. There was no need to line up and make an appointment, and it would be free of charge. Of course, Li Xiuwen didn't say the last sentence. Tanggu Tian Court was the only 3-star Michelin restaurant in the mainland. It focused on traditional Wuxia and Cantonese dishes. The per capita consumption was about 1,000 yuan, and every meal had to be booked at least a month in advance. However, after he finished speaking, Lin Xian didn't react at all, as if she hadn't heard him at all. At this time, Wang Lu's eyes immediately lit up and she shouted. She took the card in her hand and looked at it carefully. Then, she said in surprise, Tanggu also has a membership card. Why haven't I heard of it? In the past, every time I went, I had to call in advance to make an appointment. Sometimes, I had to wait a month for a seat. After that, Wang Lu handed the membership card to Lin Xian and said with a smile, Xian, quickly accept it. In the future, I can bask in your glory and have a big meal at any time. Not interested. Hearing this, Lin Xian didn't even look at it. She held the little guy and asked, Baby, are you full? The little guy nodded and said in a childish voice, I'm full. Thank you, sister. Good girl, Mua. Lin Xian kissed Nianyan's little face and continued to ask, do you want sister to take you to see Dianzhang? Dianzhang is beautiful at night. Okay. The little guy was a little impatient from sitting, so he immediately stretched out his hands and hung himself around Lin Xian's neck. Lin Xian supported her little butt, got up and said, I'll take the child upstairs to have a look. You guys take your time eating. After saying that, she got up and left, leaving everyone looking at each other. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Not long after, Fang Lei also put down the cutlery in her hand and got up to go to the balcony above the restaurant. It was obvious that he couldn't eat anymore. Li Xiuwen called the waiter over to pay the bill, but he was told that a lady had already paid the bill. He could only look at Wang Lu helplessly. It was indeed difficult to deal with him, because Qin Shi was there. Li Xiuwen couldn't discuss anything with Wang Lu in front of Qin Shi, so he could only order the waiter to clear the table. After that, Li Xiuwen prepared to head to the balcony to see if he could find a chance to talk to Lin Xian alone. Qin Shi followed behind the two and prepared to go up and sit for a while. After that, he would bring Nianyan home. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Qin Shi glanced at the incoming number. It was a string of unfamiliar numbers, so he stopped and picked up the phone. Hello. Mr. Qin. I'm Ning Qiudong, Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Qin Shi decisively hung up the phone and turned it off. There was a balcony bar upstairs of Sally Restaurant. Because of the excellent location, it could overlook most of the beautiful scenery on both sides of the Dianzhang River, so it was more famous than Sally Restaurant itself. After going upstairs, one could see the opposite bank of the Dianzhang River and the skyscrapers that looked like rolling mountains. Leaning against the railing and looking into the distance, neon lights shone in the distance. The sea breeze blew gently in one's face, making one feel relaxed. Qin Shi found Lin Xian. She leaned against the railing and whispered to Fang Lei. The little girl sat in her arms obediently, so Qin Shi didn't disturb them. He found a seat next to them and sat down. Every time night came, the beauty of a city would be fully displayed without reservation. Flowing lights and colorful lights reflected on the city, and the sky was full of fireworks and silver flowers. Chen-Shi sat on the sofa and looked at the scenery by the river. At this time, Li Xiaowen and Wang Lu brought 2 more people over from somewhere. Xian, Lei, come here. It's a coincidence today that we can meet 2 old classmates here. While talking, Wang Lu asked them to sit down quickly. Lin Xian and Fang Lei were alarmed and could only temporarily stop talking. Then, Lin Xian held Nian and sat next to Chen-Shi. Papa, hug. Seeing that Chen-Shi was next to her, the little girl climbed from Lin Xian's lap to Chen-Shi's lap. After Lin Xian and Fang Lei sat down, Wang Lu smiled and said to the people next to her, Lin Xian, Fang Lei, you should know the beauties of our class. Wei Xiaoming, Xiao Yuan, the handsome guys in the Department of Architecture, you should know them, right? However, when Lin Xian heard the name Zhao Yuan, she couldn't help but look at Chen-Shi next to her. Then, the man named Xiao Yuan also noticed Chen-Shi and couldn't help but laugh. Chen-Shi? Chen-Shi glanced at him, nodded, and responded, long time no see, how are you? Zhao Yuan was a famous figure in Zhonghai University back in the day. Because he once did a big event that caused a sensation in the school, and even made the headlines because of it. A sophomore student actually used rose petals to cover the school playground to confess to the girl he liked. This crazy nouveau riche behavior caused a lot of controversy at the time. 200 rose petals could cover a square meter, and a school playground was at least 6,400 square meters. In other words, to cover the entire playground with rose petals, it would take at least 1 million petals. Not counting labor and transportation costs, the cost of rose petals alone was more than 500,000 yuan. This shocking courtship from a college student also caused a sensation in the country. It was a pity that this earth-shattering romantic courtship ended with the indifferent rejection of the heroine. According to insiders, the heroine was actually present that day, but she didn't pay attention to Zhao Yuan's affectionate confession at all. Instead, she kissed another boy affectionately in front of everyone. To be honest, even if Chen-Shi recalled the scene at the time, it seemed that he could deeply understand Zhao Yuan's embarrassment at the time. Hitting people didn't hit their faces, but the heroine's behavior was like hitting someone in the face after slapping them. Later, Chen-Shi and Ying talked about this matter. Ying's words at the time immediately made Chen-Shi deeply understand the heroine's behavior was correct. She clearly knew that she had a boyfriend, but she still put on such a big show and called so many people to support her. You say, if the girl agreed at the time, what kind of experience would the girl's boyfriend have? Why don't I give you a chance to experience this feeling? That's right, the heroine was Ying. Zhao Yuan took a deep look at Chen-Shi. Although this matter had passed for many years, it had already become the biggest shadow in his life. When he saw the little girl in Chen-Shi's arms, he immediately asked with a smile, "Is this your daughter?" "Yes, isn't she cute?" "Come, Nian, call uncle." Chen-Shi laughed and pointed to Zhao Yuan as he spoke to the little girl. The little girl was very obedient and immediately called out in a sweet voice, "Uncle." Hearing this, Zhao Yuan's expression froze, and the muscles on his face appeared very stiff. Lin Xian glared fiercely at Wang Lu. Only then did Wang Lu stand behind everyone and silently make an apology with her hands. Back then, her relationship with the other 3 people in the dormitory was not as good as it was now. When it happened, she was not present, so her impression of this matter was not very deep. If she had remembered it earlier, she would not have brought Zhao Yuan here even if she was beaten to death. Chapter 23. The waiter quickly brought the drinks over. Under Li Xiaowen's strong request, everyone shared a drink with their own thoughts. After putting down the wine glass, Zhao Yuan immediately asked in a slightly joking tone, "Chen-Shi, you're so powerful. You should be doing well now, right? You see, in any case, we are classmates. Can you give this old classmate of mine a few pointers? Hearing this, before Qin could reply, Lin Xian's expression had already changed. He didn't even bother to be polite. It seemed that Zhao Yuan was here to pick a fight. That year, after Zhao Yuan was rejected, he sent someone to investigate Qin. At that time, he realized that he had lost to a kid who worked part-time and relied on scholarships to pay his tuition fees. Who was Zhao Yuan? In terms of family background, he didn't lose to Li Xiuwen. Li Xiuwen had the Wenmao group behind him, and he had the Yuanlang group behind him. The two were competitors and partners at the same time. What about Qin? He had nothing. After graduation, he went to an unknown internet company to work as a programmer. His annual salary wasn't even enough to buy Zhao Yuan's clothes. But it was this stinky brat who came out of nowhere that could actually win the goddess in his heart. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuan couldn't suppress his anger. Lin Xian looked at Qin worriedly. But at this time, Qin smiled and said calmly, I haven't worked for a long time. My only job now is to stay at home and take care of the children. Pfft, Zhao Yuan was about to drink when he heard Qin's words. He spat out a mouthful of wine and said in an exaggerated tone, take care of the children. Sorry, I was scared just now. Zhao Yuan hurriedly wiped the water on the table, then continued to ask in confusion, isn't taking care of children a woman's job? Where's your wife? When he said this, even Li Xiuwen, who still didn't understand the situation, couldn't help but change his expression. Enough. Lin Xian interrupted him sternly, then stood up and shouted angrily, we can't afford to entertain you rich kids. Have fun by yourselves. After that, she was about to leave with Qin. Qin patted her arm gently and stood up as well. He looked at Lin Xian and comforted her, it's okay, don't be angry. Let's go, I should take Nian home to rest. Lin Xian still felt a little angry. She glared fiercely at Wang, then turned and walked toward the stairs. Fang Lei looked at the situation and stood up without saying a word. It seemed that she was preparing to leave with Lin Xian. Xian, don't go. Wang Lu looked at Lin Xian worriedly. She really didn't expect things to turn out like this. It had been 6 or 7 years since they graduated. Who would still remember the grudges in school? The party hadn't started yet, but it was about to end. Li Xiuwen looked at Zhao Yuan with some resentment, then stood up to stop Lin Xian. But at this time, Zhao Yuan couldn't care less. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time. It was rare to meet Qin, so if he didn't take the opportunity to express it, Zhao Yuan would feel sorry for himself. So, he half lay on the sofa, tilted his head and looked at Qin, who was about to leave, and said loudly to himself, hey, what do you think is the reason for a man to stay at home all day to take care of a child? Could it be that his wife ran away with someone else? Crash! With a muffled sound, the long table beside Qin suddenly broke in the middle. The wine bottles on the table fell to the ground and shattered. This sudden series of noises startled everyone on the balcony. Qin turned around with Nian in his arms, looked calmly at Zhao Yuan, and asked word by word, say that again if you dare. At that moment, Zhao Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The warm sea breeze that kept blowing from the surface of the sea seemed to have suddenly turned into a bone-piercing evil wind. It immediately gave him goosebumps, and every hair on his body stood on end. Li Xiuwen was also someone who had seen big scenes. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately stood in front of Qin and tried to smooth things over. Zhao Yuan drank too much and is talking nonsense. Brother Qin, don't lower yourself to his level. However, Qin didn't pay any attention to him. She just quietly looked at Zhao Yuan behind him. Under Chen Shi's gaze, Zhao Yuan slowly stood up. Then, he suddenly spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders. He looked at Chen Shi with a sneer and asked, "Actually, I'm really curious. Why did Qin Ruoying fall in love with a good-for-nothing like you?" After he finished speaking, Chen Shi moved. Li Xuan only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and Chen Shi's figure suddenly disappeared in front of him. Bang! When he looked back, Zhao Yuan's entire body was like a tattered rag doll, flying through the air. After flying for a full 2 to 3 meters, Zhao Yuan's body crashed heavily on the railing. If the railing was not made of stainless steel and tempered glass, he would probably have fallen downstairs and become minced meat. Li Xuan looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He stared blankly as Zhao Yuan slid down the railing like a pile of mud, and then sat on the ground, paralyzed. Zhao Yuan's head drooped powerlessly, and blood kept seeping out of the corner of his mouth. From the looks of it, he was probably more out of breath than in. A chill suddenly surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Was this still human? He quickly ran to Zhao Yuan's side. After checking Zhao Yuan's situation, he immediately shouted at Wang Lu, "Call the police. Call the ambulance. Chen Shi, let's go, let's go." Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of her and was also stunned. The moment Li Xuan shouted to call the police, Lin Xian finally came back to her senses. She grabbed Chen Shi's arm and dragged Chen Shi out. "Don't be afraid, it's okay." However, at this time, Chen Shi gently shook his head. There was no panic in his eyes, only indifference. Dragons have reverse scales, wolves have dark thorns. Kill if you look at it, kill if you touch it. Qin Ruoying. These 3 words were his reverse scale. Zhao Yuan could freely insult him and belittle him, because Chen Shi did not care at all. After all, who would be bored enough to bicker with an ant? However, Zhao Yuan's mistake was that he should not have mentioned the 3 words Qin Ruoying. Qin Ruoying, Qin Ruoying. Only when you are drunk can you know how strong the wine is. Only when you love can you know how heavy it is. It was not easy to come back. Originally, he wanted to peacefully live the life of an ordinary person and wait for the day to reunite with his daughter. However, he did not expect that someone would jump out to disturb them. Thinking of this, Chen Shi could not help but look at his daughter in his arms, only to find that her little head was buried in his shoulder and she had already fallen asleep. She had been outside for too long today, and the little girl's energy was used up. Chapter 24. After going downstairs, Chen Shi was ready to take a taxi home, but Lin Xian insisted on giving them a ride. Chen Shi couldn't persuade her, so he had to get in the car with the little fellow. Along the way, Lin Xian wanted to say something several times but stopped. Seeing her anxious look, Chen Shi asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" "I'm sorry. I didn't know things would turn out like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked Lulu to come." "It's okay. Didn't she apologize to you?" "It's just a coincidence. No one expected us to meet Zhao Yuan here." Lin Xian was silent for a moment, then asked with some worry, "Zhao Yuan, he will be okay?" She also saw Zhao Yuan's situation at that time, otherwise she wouldn't have been so scared that she immediately asked Chen Shi to leave. As soon as her voice fell, Lin Xian suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly explained to Chen Shi, "I'm not worried about him. I'm afraid that if something really happens to him, you'll be in a lot of trouble, more than trouble." Article 234 of the Criminal Law clearly stated, intentionally injuring the body of another person shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention, or public surveillance. If causing serious injury, the sentence shall be imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years. If causing death or serious injury by particularly cruel means and causing serious disability, the sentence shall be imprisonment of not less than 10 years, life imprisonment or death. Lin Xian could only pray silently that nothing would happen to Zhao Yuan. If it was only a minor injury, she could come forward to plead for Qin Shi and strive to reach a private agreement with Zhao Yuan to settle this matter privately. But just now she saw Zhao Yuan vomiting blood with her own eyes. She estimated that it was not as simple as a minor injury. Qin Shi didn't have any power or influence, and she had a child with her. If he really went to jail because of this, what would happen to the child? Qin Shi, why don't I take you to the station now and you take Nian back to your hometown to avoid the limelight? Zhao Yuan's background is not small. I don't think he'll let it go so easily. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more scared he became. Thus, he voiced his opinion worriedly. It's fine, don't worry. Since I've already made my move, it means that I've already made my next move. Relax. Qin Shi comforted her with a smile, and then hugged the little girl in his arms tighter. Lin Xian thought that Zhao Yuan was only lightly injured, but Qin Shi was very clear about the power of his kick. With this stomp landing, Zhao Yuan was most likely already done for. Qin Shi hugged Nian and turned to look out the window. The little girl's sleeping face was reflected in the car window, looking very cute. Outside the window, the neon lights flickered. Qin Shi's gaze was like a knife. That sharp gaze was like the cold winter moon, vowing to cut through the dark night sky. Zhao Yuan would never have thought that because of his cheap mouth, he would actually open a Pandora's box. Lin Xian drove Qin Shi back to the Kangju community. After Qin Shi got out of the car, she rolled down the window and said worriedly, "If anything happens, be sure to call me immediately. I still know some people in Zhonghai who should be able to help. Don't worry, it's fine." Qin Shi smiled and waved at her, then turned and walked into the community. After Qin Shi left, Lin Xian picked up her phone and sent a text message to Wang Lu, asking her about Zhao Yuan's current situation. If it wasn't very serious, she still wanted to help Qin Shi settle this matter. Even if she had to pay a certain price, she would not hesitate. After sending the text message, Lin Xian started the car and was ready to leave. But at this time, she suddenly saw that Qin Shi was still at the entrance of the community. It was already 10:00 at night, and the plaza dancers at the entrance of the community had already dispersed. The surroundings were very quiet, and she could vaguely hear the sound of the TV coming from the building. Under the illumination of the light at the entrance of the community, Qin Shi's shadow was elongated. And in front of him stood a woman. Lin Xian took a closer look and found that it was a very beautiful woman. The woman was talking to Qin Shi, and she seemed to be a little excited. Lin Xian looked at the woman and felt that she was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. Perhaps out of curiosity, Lin Xian stopped the car, then opened the door and sneaked over, wanting to hear what they were talking about. Right at this moment, a scene that caused Lin Xian to be extremely shocked happened. Qin Shi carried Nian to the entrance of the community. At this time, a woman appeared. She had been waiting here for a long time. The moment she saw Qin Shi appear, she immediately stood up from the chair excitedly, then quickly walked in front of Qin Shi and reached out to stop him. Hearing the familiar tap-tap sound, Qin Shi didn't even need to look to know who it was. Ning Qiudong seemed to always have that arrogant look on her face. A graceful and luxurious black dress, sharp high-heeled shoes, exquisite makeup, and expensive accessories. Even in a first-tier international city like Zhonghai, she was still the queen who stood proudly above the clouds. Although she had waited for 3 hours in front of the entrance of the community, just to see Qin Shi. But the moment she saw Qin Shi, Ning Qiudong still raised her chin proudly as usual. "Mr. Qin, I want to talk to you." Perhaps because Ning Zhongguo wasn't here, Ning Chudong finally showed her other side without reservation. This side of her wouldn't act coquettishly, cry, or lower her head. Therefore, she was here to negotiate with Qin Shi. This woman was about 1.68 meters tall, and with a pair of 10 centimeters high heels. Her height was vaguely close to Qin Shi's. Qin Shi looked at her and said, "Sorry, I'm not in a good mood today. I don't want to talk." After that, Qin Shi walked directly into the community. "Wait." Ning Chudong reached out and stopped Qin Shi. She said anxiously, "Didn't you want 100,000 yuan? I'll give you 10 times, 1 million, how about that?" Hearing this, Qin Shi coldly glanced at her and said impatiently, 10 million is out of the question. In fact, from the moment Qin Shi made the move, the shackles in his mind called the concept of law had completely collapsed. Money? He could have as much as he wanted. If the incident with Zhao Yuan hadn't happened, Qin Shi might have considered saving Ning Zhonghua again for the sake of money. But now, it was too late. After that, Qin Shi directly knocked away Ning Chudong's hand and continued to walk forward. Ning Chudong was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, Qin Shi was almost at the gate of the community. She quickly ran in front of Qin Shi and blocked his way. Then she said emotionally, "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for my previous behavior. Please forgive my rudeness." "I'm sorry." After that, Ning Chudong bowed to Qin Shi. Qin Shi stopped. He glanced at Ning Chudong and said calmly, "You can go. From the moment I stepped out of your house, I already decided not to do anything again. I've already given you the medicine. Take it and it will temporarily suppress your father's illness. You will have enough time to find another way." After saying this, Qin Shi paused and then emphasized seriously, "I've always been a man of my word, so don't bother me anymore. Do you understand?" After that, Qin Shi walked forward again. Ning Chudong stood there in a daze. Then, something that shocked Lin Xian happened. Ning Chudong suddenly ran in front of Qin Shi. Then, under Qin Shi's cold gaze, she bent her legs and knelt heavily on the ground. When her knees touched the ground, there was even a soft, bang sound. This woman was as arrogant as a swan. Maybe she wanted to make up for her mistakes, or maybe she didn't want to see her father in pain again. Therefore, at this moment, she chose to apologize in the most sincere way to ask for Qin Shi's forgiveness. She was the one who chased Qin Shi out of the house. Now, it was naturally her turn to invite Qin Shi back. "Mr. Qin, is the person in your arms your daughter? Since you're also a father, I think you should be able to understand the deep feelings between a father and a daughter. So, I hope you can understand my feelings as a daughter. I beg you, please save my father." After that, she lowered her head until her forehead gently touched the ground. A lot of people criticized this part, so I'll say it here. When I wrote this part, I wasn't very experienced, so I didn't write it in enough detail. Some readers might think that the twist was too big and sprained their backs. I admit that it was my mistake. In the future, I'll edit it again and make it as detailed as possible. I'll also make up a better reason. If some of my more fragile friends can't take it and are poisoned to death, please silently click X. Because I'm rushing to update every day, I really don't have time to come back and fix it. If I accidentally poisoned you, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. Also, I don't even know who you are, so you don't have to come and tell me when you give up. If you insist on making your existence known to me, or even to the point where I feel uncomfortable, then I can only write a chapter and send you away. Above summary. Chapter 25. Outside Kongju Community. Ning Chudong suddenly knelt in front of Qin Shi. Her sudden action not only shocked Lin Xian, who was peeking at them, but it also made Qin Shi feel a little strange. Like many second-generation heirs, this woman came from an outstanding family. She was born under the shadow of her parents. Coupled with her outstanding ability, no matter how much effort she put in, her peers could not catch up with her growth. They could only follow her from afar and watch her fly higher and higher like a divine bird. This gave her an innate sense of superiority. Superiority was actually a manifestation of excessive self-awareness. Therefore, when Ning Chudong believed that Qin Shi was a liar in the hospital, no matter what Qin Shi did next, she would think that Qin Shi was setting up a trap to continue deceiving her. It was normal to have this kind of thinking. After all, there were so many medical scammers. Their serial tricks often deceived people until they could not come back to their senses. Ning Chudong's mistake was that she only believed in her own judgment. When she made up her mind, she did not even want to verify it. She firmly believed that Qin Shi was a liar. Ning Zhongguo did not believe Qin Shi either, but he would at least verify it to see if the medicine Qin Shi bought for him was effective. Qin Shi looked at Ning Chudong with some surprise. He did not expect that this arrogant woman would use this kind of method to beg for his forgiveness. However, Qin Shi did not intend to forgive her. If apologies were useful, why would he need the police? So Qin Shi no longer paid attention to her and walked past her. Ning Chudong knelt on the ground with a miserable expression. She begged, "You are also a father. I hope you can understand my feelings as a daughter. I was arrogant and ignorant. I did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. I sincerely apologize to you. Please don't vent your anger on my father because of me. If my father is seriously ill because of me, I really don't know how to continue living in this world. I beg you, please save my father." Ning Chudong's tears flowed as she kowtowed. Perhaps touched by Ning Chudong's words, Qin Shi glanced at the little fellow sleeping peacefully in his arms and finally stopped. He sighed and turned to look at Ning Chudong. Ning Chudong seemed to have noticed something. She knelt on the ground and slowly raised her head. That miserable and helpless expression really made people's hearts tighten. Her delicate makeup looked a little ridiculous because of her tears. A faint black line ran from her eyes to her chin. It was the trace of her tears. When she saw Qin Shi turn around, the expression on her face immediately became excited. It was as if a drowning person had finally grasped onto the last life-saving straw. Perhaps she noticed that Qin Shi's attitude was a little loose. She knelt on the ground and struggled to move forward a step or two with her knees. She slightly raised her tear-stained face and wanted to say something that could move Qin Shi. She moved her mouth, but after struggling for a while, she still swallowed the words that had already come to her mouth. Then, she bowed her head again. Because she knew that actions were always easier to move people's hearts than words. "Get up." Looking at the filial woman in front of him who would rather give up her self-esteem to save her father's life, Qin Shi finally softened. "I will cure your father's illness." Qin Shi gave an affirmative answer. However, when Ning Chudong heard Qin Shi's promise, she still stared blankly at Qin Shi. Her expression looked a little stupefied. It seemed that she was not as excited and happy as expected. In the next second, she burst into tears. She knelt on the ground and covered her face with her hands. Suddenly, she burst into tears like a child. Because the movement was too loud, several people in the nearby units even opened their windows to see what was happening outside. Qin Shi did not know what was going on in her heart, so he did not know what was going on with this woman. At this time, the little girl was also awakened. She rubbed her eyes with her small hands and stretched in her father's arms. Then, her attention was attracted by Ning Chudong's crying. The little girl quickly signaled Qin Shi to put her down. After Qin Shi bent down and put her on the ground, the little girl ran directly to Ning Chudong's side. Then, she patted her shoulder with her small hands and said very sensibly, "Sister, don't cry. Grandma said that girls don't look good when they cry too much. Perhaps the little girl's comfort was effective. Ning Chodong gradually stopped crying. She wiped her tears with her hand. In her tearful eyes, she vaguely saw the appearance of the little girl. The little girl walked up to her and suddenly reached out to hold her head. Then, like a little adult, she comforted her sweetly, "Sister, don't cry. Nian Nian will play with you." "Thank you." Ning Chodong hugged Nian Nian's small body. Although she was still sobbing, there was finally a smile on her face that had not been seen for a long time. Ning Chodong left. After receiving Qin Shi's affirmative answer, she could finally unload the shackles in her heart that made her suffer because of guilt. "Papa, why is that sister crying?" "Maybe because she misses Papa." Qin Shi walked in the quiet community with the little girl in his arms. After hearing Qin Shi's answer, the little girl immediately kissed Qin Shi's side face. Then she hugged Qin Shi tightly with her small hands and muttered, "Sister is so pitiful. She misses Papa, but Papa is not around." Hearing this, Qin Shi could not help but be stunned. He looked at the little girl and asked seriously, "Did Nian Nian cry when she missed Papa before?" "No." The little girl wrinkled her little face and made a face. Then she said loudly, "Grandma said that girls can't cry. If they cry too much, they will not look good when they grow up." "That's true. Nian Nian will grow up to be a great beauty, so you can't cry anymore. Be careful or you will become ugly." "Humph, I won't cry." The little guy turned his head away with a proud look on his face. When Qin Shi returned home with the little girl in his arms, he found that Aunt Zhang had already gone to bed. Maybe because he had turned off his phone just now, Aunt Zhang could not get through to him, so she went to bed first. Qin Shi quietly carried Nian Nian to the bathroom, and then washed the little girl's face with a hot towel. "Grandma has fallen asleep. Nian Nian will sleep with Papa tonight, okay? Then I want to listen to Papa's story. How about Papa tell you the story of the ugly duckling?" "Okay." After washing up, Qin Shi carried the little girl back to the room, and then told her the story of the ugly duckling. The story was not long, but the little girl had already fallen asleep before Qin Shi finished. The moonlight was like water, and the night wind was melodious. Looking at his daughter lying obediently in the place where Ying used to sleep, Qin Shi felt a little emotional. Perhaps a few years ago, Ying was also in this room, quietly looking at her sleeping daughter like he was doing right now. This was his home. He had been away for too long, and even lost the most important thing in his life because of it. So, no matter what would happen tomorrow, he would not leave again. Thank you to the boss of the Amnesiac Man. For the reward, my book was first published on Qidian, so there is basically no data on QQ reading. I didn't expect someone to support me. Chapter 26. The next day, Sally Restaurant. Last night's farce caused a lot of sensation, but unfortunately, when the hotel's security staff received the news and hurried over, the attacker had already left. It was said that the matter was a bit big, even the ambulance came, and a person was carried down from upstairs. It was estimated that the injury was not light. Sally Restaurant has been open for a few years, and such a bad incident has never happened. It's not because the security here is good, but because the people who come here to eat are basically some people who have a high status. Everyone is people with status. How can they fight over a small matter? So after this incident, the restaurant manager hasn't had a good sleep since last night. Early in the morning, he received a call again, asking him to hurry to the restaurant to cooperate with the investigation. When he arrived at the restaurant, it was only 9:00 in the morning, and the waiters hadn't come to work yet. Only a few kitchen apprentices were busy moving today's fresh vegetables into the kitchen. In the empty restaurant, there were only two men in black suits standing there quietly. If these two men in suits wore sunglasses, it would really feel like a sci-fi movie, Men in Black. The two men showed their ID. But before the managers saw the unit and name on the ID, they had already quickly taken it back, and then asked about the incident. Although the restaurant manager felt a little strange, he had already taken a statement last night. Why are there still people coming to ask today? But looking at the overbearing appearance of these two men in suits, it was obvious that they weren't people to be trifled with, so he honestly retold everything he knew. In fact, he wasn't on the terrace at all, and everything he knew was heard from the waiter. It was said that two men quarreled at that time, and the person who attacked broke the long table with a slap. Later, they quarreled for a few more words, and then the attacker attacked. According to the waiter's description, they didn't even see the attacker's movements at that time, and the man who was hit had already flown out and hit the fence. Breaking a long table with a slap. Kicking someone 2 or 3 meters away with a kick. And seriously injured to the point that he needed an ambulance to take him away. In this regard, the restaurant manager always maintained a skeptical attitude, but the two waiters present at the time said so he could only tell the police this. As for whether the police believed him or not, that was not his concern. After the two men in suits finished listening to the restaurant manager, they asked the manager to take them to the balcony. On the balcony, the long table had not been cleaned up yet, so they walked directly to it. One of them crouched at the broken part of the table. After carefully examining it, he took out his mobile phone and took a few photos. The other person roughly determined the exact location of the incident with the restaurant manager's description. The two of them carefully looked at the scene and recorded a video before preparing to leave. At this time, the restaurant manager asked worriedly, "Officer, that person yesterday. Is he okay?" Sally Restaurant was also one of the few Michelin one-star restaurants in Zhonghai City. They couldn't ruin their reputation because of this sudden bad incident. "Not dead yet," one of the men in black suit said coldly. The two men then left, leaving the restaurant manager standing alone on the balcony in a daze. "Not dead yet." The restaurant manager looked at the backs of the two men in a daze. After pondering for a while, he suddenly realized and then said to himself with a frightened face, "Not dead yet? Chen, she didn't go out today." Instead, he stayed at home to read books with the little fellow all morning. During this period, Lin Xian and Ning Chodong called him separately. Lin Xian had confirmed Zhao Yuan's situation. It was said that Zhao Yuan was seriously injured and had one foot in the door of hell. Thanks to the Zhao family's wide network, they invited an attending doctor to perform the operation on Zhao Yuan overnight, which pulled him back from the door of hell in time. However, although his life was saved, he was still in a coma and didn't know when he would wake up. Lin Xian was very worried that Qin Shi would be arrested by the police, so she kept persuading Qin Shi to leave Zhonghai and go to other places to avoid the limelight. After all, Zhao Yuan wasn't dead yet. There was an essential difference between intentional injury and intentional homicide. As long as Qin Shi wasn't caught by the police, when Zhao Yuan recovered, maybe she could think of a way to settle it privately with Zhao Yuan. It could be seen that Lin Xian was really worried about this matter. Therefore, in order to reassure her, Qin Shi pretended to agree to her proposal and said that he would leave with Nian later. Lin Xian was relieved, and then told Qin Shi a few words. No matter what difficulties Qin Shi encountered, he should call her immediately. After putting down the phone, Qin Shi's mood was really a bit complicated. He didn't regret that he was too heavy-handed, but regretted that his behavior last night was really too impulsive. Perhaps it was because he had been in the Tianxian world for too long, killing decisively had gradually become an instinct. So when Zhao Yuan provoked him again, and even mentioned the 3 words Qin Ruoying, he lost control on the spot and even had the intention to kill. Now that he thought about it, if he could have calmed down a little, left the terrace first, and waited until he had enough alibi, then took down Zhao Yuan without anyone knowing, naturally there wouldn't be any future troubles. It was like a primitive person suddenly came from a primitive society to a modern society. There were restrictions everywhere, and this feeling really made Qin-shi a little uncomfortable. But then again, Zhao Yuan didn't die, which was a bit beyond Qin-shi's expectations. The power of his kick was no less than that of a car crashing into the ground. Should he finish him off? Qin-shi taught the little guy to read while seriously thinking about this problem. Not long after he hung up the phone with Lin Xian, Ning Chodong also called. Although Ning Zhongguo's condition had improved after taking the pill, Ning Chodong's heart was still hanging in the air as long as he didn't recover. So she begged Qin-shi to start treatment as soon as possible. Qin-shi thought about it. The police could come to the door at any time. Although it was impossible to catch him, it was very likely that it would scare Aunt Zhang. In order not to worry Aunt Zhang, Qin-shi thought about it, and asked on the phone, "I injured someone yesterday, and he's seriously injured. He's still in critical condition, can you settle it?" Ning Chodong was stunned for a moment, and quickly replied, "Can you tell me the details?" Chapter 27. After Ning Chodong listened to Qin-shi's story, she was a little surprised. To be honest, she had a good impression of Qin-shi. Putting aside the previous misunderstandings, just from these few interactions, Ning Chodong thought that Qin-shi should be a mature and steady person. But what she didn't expect was that Qin-shi was a mature and steady man with a young child. He was actually able to seriously injure someone in a fit of anger and even put his life in danger. From this, one could imagine how angry he was at the time. Ning Chodong originally wanted to propose that she pay compensation to the victim and strive to reach a settlement agreement with the victim. After all, this was the best and most direct solution. But when she learned the identity of the victim, she immediately rejected her own suggestion. Zhonghai was very big, but the circle was very small. Ning Chodong knew Zhao Yuan and also knew Yuanlang Group very well because she had a certain amount of contact with Yuanlang Group. Zhao Yuan's reputation had always been bad. If Ning Chodong was the best representative of the rich second generation, then Zhao Yuan was obviously the worst representative of the rich second generation. Because the victim's identity was a bit special, Ning Chodong didn't dare to guarantee that she could help Qin-shi solve this matter. So after hanging up the phone, she went straight upstairs to find Ning Zhongguo. Ning Zhongguo had been discharged from the hospital. Because the damaged part of his lung had been removed and he had taken Qin-shi's pill in time, his complexion had significantly improved over the past 2 days. Even Professor Xie couldn't help but be amazed after a detailed examination of him. Ning Zhongguo seemed to dislike the atmosphere in the hospital. After Professor Xie's several suggestions to no avail, he could only go through the discharge procedures under Ning Zhongguo's strong request. His current condition was under effective control. As long as he took the medicine on time and didn't cause inflammation or ulceration of the wound, there wouldn't be any major problems. After all, the human body wasn't made of machinery. If it wasn't necessary, of course, it was best to try not to operate. When Ning Chodong came to Ning Zhongguo's room, he was lying on the bed quietly reading a book. When Ning Zhongguo saw Ning Chodong's frowning face, he immediately laughed and asked, "What's wrong?" "Qin-shi called you." "He also called you?" Ning Chodong asked with some doubt. "I guessed." Ning Zhongguo shook his head and said with a mysterious face, "Dad." Seeing his calm appearance, Ning Chodong couldn't help but stomp her feet and complained, "If Qin-shi is to be caught by the police, no one will be able to cure your illness. Looking at your frowning face, it's because of what happened last night." "You know what happened?" "Of course, Dad isn't dim-sighted." It was still on TV just now. Ning Chodong took a glass of water to Ning Zhongguo. After handing the glass to him, she said seriously, "Dad, don't tease me. Now is not the time to joke." Ning Zhonghua took the glass and drank a mouthful of water. Then he looked at his daughter and asked with a smile, I received a call in the morning. Chen Shi injured Zhao Yuan, right? And I heard that Zhao Yuan was seriously injured. He hasn't left the safe period yet. You didn't ask him how he beat Zhao Yuan like this? Ah. Ning Qiudong was stunned. Obviously, she didn't understand why Ning Zhonghua's focus was on this. Seeing his daughter's blank face, Ning Zhonghua smiled and handed her the cup of water. Then, he said calmly, Don't worry, old Zhao and I are old friends. He has 2 sons, and the younger one is a disappointment. Now that he has been taught a lesson, it is a good thing. Speaking of this, Ning Zhonghua paused and glanced at Ning Qiudong before continuing, Qiudong, since Chen Shi has promised you that he will save your father again, then you should be considered to have buried the hatchet, right? I guess so. Ning Qiudong's expression was a little strange at the moment. After hearing Ning Zhonghua's question, a hint of red suddenly appeared on her face. Then, even her earlobes turned red. Ning Zhonghua thought that Ning Qiudong blushed because she knew that Chen Shi wasn't a liar. How could he have known that the reason why Chen Shi would bury the hatchet and make a move again was because his daughter had knelt down and begged for this opportunity? Since Chen Shi doesn't care about your previous behavior, then from today onwards, Chen Shi is our Ning family's guest of honor. You have to be on good terms with him in the future, understand? Yes. Go, give Chen Shi a call and tell him that the matter has been resolved. Ning Qiudong nodded and then left the room. As she walked, she couldn't help but think of the scene from last night. My reputation has been ruined. I must warn him not to tell anyone. Thinking of how she had knelt in front of Chen Shi made her feel inexplicably ashamed. After Ning Qiudong left, Ning Zhonghua put down the book in his hand and turned to pick up the document on the bedside table with some difficulty. He looked at the document and muttered to himself, missing for 5 years. Zhonghai People's Hospital, ICU Intensive Care Unit. Zhao Yuan was lying on the hospital bed with an oxygen mask over his mouth. He hadn't woken up since last night. Next to his bed sat a noblewoman who looked to be in her 30s or 40s. The noblewoman looked at her unconscious son in front of her, and her heart ached. At this moment, the door of the ward opened. A man in a suit who looked to be in his 30s walked in and then reported to her in a low voice. After listening to the man's report, the noblewoman stood up abruptly. Then, with a look of disbelief, she said sternly, What? Reconciliation. Yes, the boss said that President Ning of Zhonghai Yuanyang came forward to be the mediator and brought a contract of 100 million yuan as an apology, so he couldn't refuse. Couldn't refuse? The woman was furious. She waved her arm and pointed at Zhao Yuan, who was lying unconscious on the bed, and roared, his son had 8 of his ribs broken, and now he's still lying in bed, unable to wake up. A contract of 100 million yuan can buy his son's life. The man didn't dare to say anything else, so he stood aside with his head lowered. That old bastard really didn't treat Yuan heir as his own. The woman's full chest heaved up and down. It seemed that she was really angry. After venting for a while, the woman controlled her emotions and said coldly, Go back and tell Zhao Ilang that as a father, he doesn't care about his son's life or death, but as a mother, I can't ignore it. Just because he didn't pursue the matter doesn't mean that I won't pursue it. Just as she finished speaking, another person walked in from outside the door. That person looked a little similar to Zhao Yuan, but he was a little older. Second mother, why are you throwing a tantrum? When the woman saw who it was, she immediately put on a stern face and shouted with some displeasure, What are you doing here? I heard that my younger brother was hospitalized. As his older brother, of course I have to come and visit. The person who came was Zhao Yuan's half-brother, Zhao Qin. After hearing his words, the woman didn't reply. She just looked at him coldly. Chapter 28. Zhao Yuan's problem was solved. Although he didn't know how Ning Chodong solved it, Qin Shi was relieved when the police didn't come after waiting for 2 days. Auntie Zhang had been wondering why Qin Shi hadn't gone to work for the past 2 days. Although Qin Shi had temporarily brushed it off, if he continued to stay at home all day taking care of the child, Auntie Zhang would probably still be suspicious. So, after some thought, Qin Shi contacted Ning Chodong and prepared to start Ning Zhongguo's treatment, returning the favor at the same time. Early in the morning, the driver sent by Ning Chodong was already waiting at the gate of the community. The little girl knew that Papa was going to work, so she imitated Aunt Zhang and said in a childish voice, "Papa, work hard and come back early in the evening. We'll wait for you for dinner. Nian Nian is so good. Give me a kiss." Qin Shi pointed to the side of his face. After the little girl kissed him, he went out of the door with satisfaction. After getting in the car, the driver took him directly to Jin City Villa. This time, the treatment he received was obviously different from the last time. As soon as the car stopped, Ning Chodong had already opened the door for Qin Shi very politely. Perhaps she still felt a little awkward. When Qin Shi got out of the car and glanced at Ning Chodong's face immediately blushed. "Mr. Qin, sorry to trouble you." Perhaps to cover up her embarrassment, Ning Chodong slightly averted her eyes and didn't dare to look at Qin Shi. "It's okay." Qin Shi nodded and then stepped into the villa again under the lead of Ning Chodong. Because Ning Zhongguo had just had an operation, he couldn't go downstairs to greet Qin Shi. Ning Chodong took him directly to Ning Zhongguo's bedroom. "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. We were blind before. I hope you don't mind." As Ning Zhongguo spoke, he tried to sit up. However, when he moved, he pulled on the wounds on his body that had not yet healed. Immediately, his face turned pale and he could not help but let out a muffled groan. "Dad, don't move, I'll help you." Ning Chodong quickly ran to Ning Zhongguo's side and helped him sit up in a hurry. "It's fine. You don't have to be so polite. After all, you guys did me a big favor." Qin Shi nodded and came to Ning Zhongguo's side. Then, he grabbed Ning Zhongguo's wrist. Ning Zhongguo's condition was indeed much better. Although the surgery had triggered the hidden danger in his body ahead of time, because he had taken Qin Shi's energy cultivation pill in time, the hidden danger was under control again. Therefore, Ning Zhongguo's current situation looked much better than before. "Chodong, you go out first. Dad wants to talk to Mr. Qin alone." Just as Qin Shi was taking Ning Zhongguo's pulse, Ning Zhongguo suddenly asked Ning Chodong to leave. Although she was a little confused, Ning Chodong still walked out of the bedroom obediently after hesitating for a moment. Ning Zhongguo obviously did not want Ning Chodong to know something, so after Ning Chodong left, Qin Shi asked calmly, "Mr. Ning, who injured you?" Hearing this, Ning Zhongguo immediately laughed and sighed. "You saw through it. Normally, the human body should have the most basic self-healing ability. However, after you were injured, your body did not recover. Instead, it continued to deteriorate. You must have taken medicine that can temporarily suppress your injuries before, so you can hold on until now, right?" "You're right. That's indeed the case. If I hadn't been lucky enough to meet an expert before, I'm afraid, as you said, I wouldn't have lived past 50. "An expert?" "Yes, a hidden expert. He gave me a pill that was similar to the one you gave me. It can suppress the injuries in my body." Hearing this, Qin Shi could not help but be stunned. The pill he gave Ning Zhongguo was a foundation elixir refined with immortal techniques. Although healing was only an additional effect of the foundation elixir, its effect was definitely more effective than any medicine on Earth. There was someone on Earth who could refine a similar pill. Thinking of this, Qin Shi continued to ask, "Then who was the one who injured you?" "It was a master of transforming strength in Nanyang. 3 years ago, I went to Nanyang to discuss a business deal, but I didn't expect to accidentally offend him. Because of that, I was plotted against and ended up with this condition. A master of transforming strength. What's that? This time, it was Ning Zhongguo's turn to be stunned. After hearing Qin Shi's question, he immediately looked at Qin Shi with slight surprise and asked tentatively, "Mr. Qin, you're not from the martial arts world?" Martial arts world? Qin Shi was a little confused. Ning Zhongguo saw that his expression did not seem to be fake. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, he still explained, although the era of cold weapons has long passed, traditional martial arts have been passed down. The masters of transforming strength I'm talking about are not those liars who pretend to be traditional martial arts but only know some fancy moves. A real master can break a 2 cm thick steel plate with one palm and break a thick tree trunk with one punch. It can be said that they have broken the limits of the human body and stood at a higher level. After hearing this, Qin Shi could not help but ask with some surprise, "So powerful? How come I've never heard of it before? Aren't these people all Olympic champions?" To be able to ask such a question, it seems that Mr. Qin, you're really not from the martial arts world. Ning Zhongguo looked at Qin Shi's blank face and suddenly asked, "How much do you know about the crackdown?" Crackdown? Not really, I wasn't born at that time. Haha, that's a long story. With Ning Zhongguo's explanation, the martial arts world finally slowly unveiled its mysterious veil in front of Qin Shi. Wuxia martial arts had a long history and could be traced back to the Xia and Zhou dynasties, but at that time, martial arts were more like dancing skills. Later, Wuxia created the 5 animal frolics. At that point, Wuxia martial arts finally ushered in a vigorous development. From then on, there were many schools, fish styles, and countless martial arts masters left their names in the long river of history. The last peak period of the martial arts world was at the end of the Qing dynasty and the beginning of the Republic. At that time, there were many masters and masters, which could be said to be the best time to practice martial arts. But after that, the entire human society began to gradually change from the era of cold weapons to the era of hot weapons. When a child with a gun could casually kill a martial arts master who had been practicing martial arts for many years, the martial arts world was destined to decline. However, decline did not mean extinction. The real reason why the martial arts world disappeared from the public sight, so that ordinary people did not know that martial arts could kill people in addition to performing, was entirely because of the emergence of a special national organization. Wu Lian, full name of the International Wushu Federation, or IWF. It was established on October 3, 1990 in Wuxia's capital, Shangjing. At the beginning of its establishment, it was announced to the public that it was an organization to promote the union and unification of martial arts groups in various countries and regions, and to promote the development of international martial arts. But in fact, the martial artists in Wuxia's martial arts world only knew what was hidden behind this seemingly ordinary organization in the eyes of ordinary people. The establishment of the Wu Lian was simply because of an old saying. Chivalry broke the law with martial arts. In the 1980s and 1990s, Wuxia's domestic situation was turbulent, public security was chaotic, and hooligans broke the law and ran amok. It was fine if it was just ordinary hooligans, but what was terrible was that some martial arts masters relied on their own superb martial arts cultivation to ignore the country's laws and regulations, acting recklessly and causing harm. The great country had internal and external troubles, the people had no way to make a living, and their lives were miserable. In this kind of crisis, the country's leaders made a prompt decision and decided to attack with a heavy hand, eliminating the evil in the country and returning a bright and clear world to the people. The country's strict crackdown began, and the judgment and execution were heavy, strict, and quick. In just a short year, the country's atmosphere had significantly improved. However, the local police could effectively curb the crimes of ordinary people, but the local police seemed to be somewhat unable to catch the crimes of martial arts masters. In this case, the country issued another order, and the 6 security departments were born. The 6 security departments, a special department under the National Security Department, was a special department set up specifically